Mic check. Check 1, 2. All right, mic check, mic check. Sounds kind of weird. Good morning, good morning. Go back. No, wrong way, wrong way. Hey, good morning. What's going on, boys and girls? Good to see you're all back. Been away here for, I don't know, I think Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. How y'all doing? Give me one quick second here. We'll get right into it. It's coming right in. Time's right now, 9:26. All right. Good morning, y'all. Give me one quick second here. I got to do one quick thing. Close that up. Edit. My neck fucking hurts and I just swore in the first 10 seconds. I promised so I went to, I've had some meetings about how to improve the show, and let me turn this down a little bit here. Nope. And save that one right there. And they told me not to swear. That's what they told me. First thing I do is swear. Check 1, 2. I got some weirdness going on here. Check. So we'll have some cool changes coming. We'll talk about the Open this morning. We have more to talk about than the Open, though. We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. So there's like a huge plate in front of us. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got some office changes that already took place here. Let's go to, hold on. Yeah, how do you like that bad boy back there? That's the new painting. So we had our man, Mike Burry, and now we've got our other guy there, Tom Lee, in the background. So there's his picture is now up on the wall. Let's go back to the main screen. We're gonna try to professionalize what we're doing around here. We're gonna try to leave the teenage years behind and go to the adult years. So I had some meetings this week about doing that. We'll talk about that at some point today. Now, excuse my voice this morning. I've been blah 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 for a few days here. Just give me a quick second here. I got to do something in the background. That is a new picture in the background. Dude, I got some weird stuff going on with Streamlabs. Morning, how's everybody doing out there? One quick second. Who's this? Yeah, I went to the Swears Anonymous conference and they kicked me out. Dude, everybody got kicked out this weekend. Everybody got kicked out of TwitchCon this weekend. People were wearing like like YouTube shirts and shit like that. Not really YouTube, but another competitor to a competitor that can't be named, I guess. Although Twitch did announce that you can multi-stream as a partner now, so we'll talk about all that crap too. There's like a bunch of stuff. There's like, we'll talk about it. Like I was eligible to be a partner like first week I started streaming, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do that because I wanted to multi-stream. Now they're letting anyone multi-stream, I guess. There's some things I can and can't do and stuff like that, but I guess I don't know. We'll talk about that too. If we get some time, we'll talk about that this morning. So give me one quick second here. I got to do one more thing. I got to check one more thing here. Let me I got to check a couple things here. Not streaming for a bit has well, first off, I need some fucking. I'm swearing it's a swore again. I need more time off. We're going to talk about that later too. We're going to change some of the format in the show. A lot of this is suggestions from people that know what they're doing and stuff like that. So we'll talk about those suggestions with you and see what you think of them. And what is wait a minute. Okay, we're good there. So optimistic. Let's talk about the open. So let's go to a 1 minute chart here. Not very optimistic. We'll talk about optimism. What I would say is this. I have not seen any of Bob's videos. I trust Bob more than I can say. I mean, I trust that guy 100%. Now, if Bob's not optimistic, I'm not seeing all of your stuff right now. But if Bob's not optimistic, that's never a good sign usually. I will say that. But I would be optimistic-ish here in the short term. We're squeezing right off the bell right now. We'll talk about that, but let me see if I can get a little bit closer here. We should be optimistic-ish. There's let me go to a 30-minute chart really quick. Give me a quick second here. So we had let's do a refresh of everything. So last week, number one, last week, I had calls earlier in the week. I had calls fucking for Friday. I'm swearing again. So I had calls for Friday. They got torched. They opened getting torched. And it got worse from there, right? The rest of the week, it just blasted down. But we did have some good tickers. We had a good. The last stream we did was about taste, right? I think it was about taste. That ticker did outstanding. Then we talked about Tesla and how I was bearish on Tesla, right? And Tesla sold, right? So Tesla sold off. It was pretty ugly. And then I was bullish on Netflix. And I also said on Netflix, I hope that it sells off into its earnings report and to long it into the report itself. And what did it do? So Tesla sold. Taste blasted off to that 115 or something like that. Tesla did sell off, and Netflix did go to the moon. So all three of those picks worked out well. So if you're focused on any of those three picks that we reviewed, they turned out pretty good. And another fascinating thing here is this. I want to say something here because on, I believe, Monday or Tuesday, I was very scared. Matter of fact, I was talking to Joe Donut about my positioning because I have left on about $80,000 in the market. It's not a ton of money, but it's about a third to 40% of what I had in the market. Now, my expectation for this year was to be up. I'll be honest with you, be up like $500,000 this year, $500,000. That was my projections for end of year. That's what I'd walk away with. And I'd be a pretty happy fucking guy. I ended up selling all my risk on shit, all the spec growth stuff, you name that stuff. The only stuff that I kept buying and holding was DIA shit, like Tyson Foods, Verizon, companies like that, right? Visa. Like Visa did fine. But what's really bizarre is where I bought those tickers are fine. Even right now, they're fine. So what I have to say about that is I'm scratching my head here because my only real exposure in the market is actually up right now. Generally speaking, is up. Even with the market down where it is right now, it's actually up from where I originally bought. all this shit like Budweiser. All those tickers are up. So I'm left kind of befuddled here as to what to do. And I'm going to talk to you about it today because I was talked to a friend, and I talked to Joe about it earlier last week. I think it was Monday or Tuesday or something. And his point to me was yields, right? And we'll try to look at yields today if I can, because yields don't always matter. And so we'll talk about yields when they do and don't matter. You guys are all signing. And I have friends that are like, "Hey, it's all yields, man." And I'm like, I kind of believe that, but kind of don't. If that was the fucking case, I'd follow yields all fucking day long. So it doesn't really do it for me. We'll talk about yields and how they do matter, but they don't always matter. We'll look at the actual when they do and don't and why and all that other kind of stuff. Anyways, for myself, I don't know what to do here. And I didn't know what to do last week. And all those tickers were way green, then they were down, and now they're greenish. Green. I'm not red in any of these. Like, there's a cumulative, I'm not red. So I don't know what to do here. And this is the other crazy thing. If you guys have known me long enough, I'm a serial sell too early kind of guy. And I wind up kicking myself over this years later. And these tickers, why I didn't sell them originally, was because I wanted to hold them for my kids for 5 to 10 years. And one of the questions that I had about these tickers that I own is, will they participate with a crash? And a lot of these tickers are in the dumpster. Like, they're down like 10, 15-year lows, stuff like that. And they didn't participate this past couple of weeks. They haven't really participated. So I don't know personally here what I'm going to do. I was quite panicky earlier last week. As the week progressed, I got less panicky on that stuff, and I was actually up on the week, but not due to my fucking trading of options. So I had some good trading in options early in the week, had a couple losses, but then a big loss in the middle of last week. So that was kind of tough. We'll take a look right now at, and especially Bob saying that he's not positive about here. And we'll take a look at the trigger screen really quick. And the one thing I want to say about the triggers is we still have not broken the monthly triggers. They're still bullish, still positive. We haven't broken through, but there is a danger here. And that danger here is the daily trigger about to cross this weekly trigger. And it becomes quite violent. The moves down can become very violent and not be good for the market. We become very volatile as well, where we begin to see violent swings in here. And if we begin to trade underneath this monthly trigger, things are going to get really nasty. So number one, where we are right now, you're going to expect a lot of volatility. This failure that took place last week was bad news. This was, I believe, back on Wednesday, right? Somewhere in here. There's where it began. Back on Tuesday and then into Wednesday. And this sell signal right here on this rejection right back here, this push up right here on Thursday, and then the immediate sell on the cross of the hourly and the weekly was a no-go, right? Blast all the way down, come back down to the previous low that we had back here. Get a new low here, signaling more downside to come. We can get an extension down here too. But I am going to expect a bounce down here. We're going to talk about this here and the implications that take place in here. So we've got a target down below of 410.35, okay? 410.35. The 1.38 fib or something like that is down here at like 415 or maybe even beyond 17 down here, but the 168 is somewhere even lower. It's like this 410.38.5 or something like that. But we're going to go back and look at some previous examples of what happens here when we get these crosses and how violent they can become. And as we get that confirmation of the cross of the daily over the weekly, it's very bad, right? We're going to look back at an example of it And when this happens, what traders end up doing, okay? And I'm going to show you a couple of these here. So here's a big one right here. So you got a big push down in price. Now this one recovered and went higher, and the daily recovered. But regardless, this isn't the point that I'm making to you. The point is that even though we went down in bloodbath, we squoze back up. So if you were looking for if you're a bull and you're looking for a place to sell, this probably is not it. And my positioning in the market probably isn't it either. So any kind of panic that I have in holding these tickers is unwarranted. Now this is January of 2022, and there's a cross right here too. And I want to show you that too. So you think to yourself, hey, I'm going to panic mode, right? And sell. All right, I was up here, everything was fine, market's going up, everything's awesome sauce. Then you panicking down here, right? And you finally get that cross right here, and you full on panic. And you were still given an opportunity. Now, the other example I showed you, we continued to go higher. But you were still given an opportunity to exit the market in an orderly fashion back here. And the other example I showed you was the same example. And that was the example being that this is not the place to panic. Okay, so I just showed you two examples of whenever we're down here, don't start panicking. And then you're likely going to get a squeeze even if we continue to sell. So we're going to go back over here and show this right now where we are. And you're going to at least expect any continuation or extension of the downside, no matter what, is going to result in some kind of a squeeze higher. So if you're caught in here right now, if you're a bull and you're caught in here and you're expecting, a crash that doesn't recover, I would tell you that that's highly, highly unlikely. Extreme unlikelihood of like you never come back to this, or it's going to last longer than a week or 2 weeks or something like that. So I would temper yourself, and to further that point, I would temper yourself to say at least whenever that squeeze happens here, that you look for an opportunity to exit the market and start to reconsider re-entering in February or April or whatever next year. So at your most emotional moments in the market where you're like, hey, everything's going to get panicky or creeped out or freaked out or whatever, everything is doom and gloom. And as a matter of fact, you can see here on the 30-minute daily here, now we're not quite at the bottom here, right? But you should see some kind of a push up coming up here very shortly. We're at minus 33 right now in the daily velocity, but even if it's minus 50, you're still going to see a swing back high up here at some point. Does that make sense? So I wouldn't be panicking right now if I was a bull. Now, can you get long here would be the next question. And we already know that you can't get long unless you get above the 1 in 5 minutes and preferably above the hourly trigger too. So let's get to an hourly chart here, right? And you can see that we're just selling off this hourly, right? Boom. Selling off the half hour here. And so I'm going to show it to you real simply here, okay? Unless you start to see price begin to reverse to the upside here, right? That would also mean the 1 in the 5 minutes underneath you, and that you're above this hourly trigger here, right? And you can get a 3 trigger cluster going for yourself. You get the white and the red underneath you here. Underneath you just like that. Something like that, right? You can't even take the long. There's no point in taking the long. But if you see this or whenever you see this, we can get it long, take it up here, and wait for the rejection on the daily and the weekly trigger, okay? Or we catch the bounce off of this monthly down here. See it right down here. Catch a bounce down off this. You can probably trade that right there up to the half hour, the hour, and then we'll look for that hourly up to the daily trigger. So don't get too crazy panicky in here. I'm long this market. I got a lot of money in stock here that I don't think for me this is the place for me to panic. Nor was it up here. And if anything, I'm going to wait for that squeeze to go higher to at least exit the market in an orderly fashion, and then try to re-enter it in the springtime or late winter, spring. Start to look for some entry. So no matter, I don't know what Bob is saying. The run is likely over for the year, but even no matter what bloodbath it is here, you're likely going to see some kind of a squeeze to the upside, high volatility, negative and positive, and you'll likely be afforded an exit, and that's what I'm looking for right now. So some kind of an exit. Hold on one second here. I'm gonna bring this stuff up for you. I'll put some S2 over here for you. Give me one quick second here. One quick second here. And we'll look at the 10-year. We'll look at the gilts today too. We're gonna look at the is it Great Britain 30-year or something like that. We'll take a look at that as well. And hold on one second here. We got a lot to go over. My God, whenever like one thing that sucks about streaming is it doesn't suck. It's just that you constantly. So I'm going to bring this up for you right now, okay? And just intraday stuff, right? You got the prices underneath the 1 and 5 minute trigger, right? Catching a nice bounce right now. Bring this over here, make this larger. Hold on here. There's S1, there's S2. We'll do let me do S3 down here. $13.92. Give me one quick second. I want to make sure this looks. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot going on, right? So Mr. Chunky Monkey just said, what you're feeling now seems to be what Bob is feeling. There's a lot of mechanics going on in the background, and it's hard to pin it on. It's hard for me personally. I don't ascribe to, hey, it's the inverted yield curve. It's the 10-year yield. As a matter of fact, Joe Donut was like, you should be putting your shit in a bond. It's open to the retailers now. All this money's exiting the market, and I already get 5 point something from my money market accounts. So my broker gives me over 5 right now. So I don't need to put money there. The other argument that came out too was, why not get a clean, easy 5% or 6%? And you could get a clean, easy 5 or 6% for the past 6 months to a year. To be honest, it's weird. Earlier this week or last week, right? I own houses. I went and changed. So I did like the winterization of these houses. That's turning off the water to the spigots outside, changing the furnace filters, that kind of stuff, and catching a nice clean bounce right here. So, why would I do that? I went to an auction for my county here. Just but a matter of fact, it's a fucking process. I had to drive around, look at houses. It's not even where I start, actually. I start by looking at the list. Then I map it all out. Then I go look at these houses in person. And then I formulate a list look at that nice fat squeeze right now, all the way back to the opening price here. So I would put my money there. I would just buy houses. I will always get a better ROI on a house than I will ever get at 5 or 6%. As a matter of fact, most people that I know that do what I do, they want out of the residential real estate market if they're making less than 10. So most of these guys are making 20, sometimes 30 on real estate. So for me, at least, I don't see that as an avenue that I want to move money to. And there's this argument out there that is where all the money is going. But that avenue was open a year ago. I mean, I want to say it was 6 months ago, but it was like a fucking year ago. And I have money that's making money that way, so I don't need bonds to do that. I don't see how that's the option. It's being spoon-fed to a lot of people. And I showed you a chart for the past few weeks, right? I showed you a chart where I believe it was Mike Wilson gave a target of 5% on 10-year yields. And I think GS said there should be a sideways action, then we'll get the 5%. So now you have a cacophony of people saying, yeah, you like yields, woo! And I'm like, when you hear these cacophonies, I start to hesitate, When yields were at 1, there was no scream for that, right? So, and we can actually look at the 10-year yield real quick, and you can see that there should be some supply there. We'll look at the yields real quick. Give me a quick second. I don't know where I put the yields. Let's take a look at the yields. Maybe it's on this one. I don't know if I did it on this chart. Here we go. So you guys remember this chart right here? I showed you guys this chart just a while ago, right? You remember this chart? And we can watch it right now and see how it's gone up, right? We missed this one right here, but then we bounced. Goldman Sachs said sideways, so we'll say that Bill Ackman and Larry Fink were both right? So Goldman said sideways, we got the sideways action. And then Larry Fink, Bill Ackman said 5%. And that's where it should start to level out, right up here, right? And you guys, before we even got here, I charted this out for you. Now, we know that there's supply back here. If you want to look at a higher time frame, I think I got to go to weekly to show it, but see if I can go to a weekly. Maybe a weekly will show it better. Let me get rid of that. So right here, right? This is where we are with yields. See that? See this dotted line right here? In this dotted line, we sold off these in the past. You see that right there? There is supply here. And can we go higher? Yes, we can definitely go higher. We can definitely go higher. 6.5, 7. Does that have a nice ring to it? But for right now, the other thing to look at here is be looking at gilts. Gilts are important because especially the 30-year gilt is just blasting off right now. Now you can see yields blasting to the downside today, right? This is a 1 minute chart on yields coming down. We want to see a break of that trend, though, don't we? If we're going to get that continuation to an upside move. And at least right now, you're seeing SPOOs squeeze right now, right? You're going to expect yields to come back down to 486 at least. What you really want here is this break of trend. See that bounce back here in this trend? And then the rejection, the downside move. And truly you want to be breaking below that 4.64. So you want to see, I'll put this in for you right now. I guess if you think it's just yields, we'll do something like that there. You know, what a bull wants to see is something at least like that. Something at least like that. So if you think yields is it, hold on a second here. The SPY just keeps cranking right now, right? It's a 30 minute. Let's go to a 1 minute. There. That white maybe? That thing looks like terrible. Upside target 420.93. Then we have 423.13. Yeah, I'm like I can pull my money out whatever I want. So like I'm not really buying it right now. So if this lines up with what Bob's saying, I would trust him. So the idea here would be we're gonna look at we'll look at a few other things too. We'll look at the inverted yield curve and see when it matters, when it doesn't. It doesn't matter about 30 to 40% of the time. And that's enough for me to never, like, yeah, does it fall in line? Fuck yeah, it does, like 60, 70%. Is it 100% of the time? No, it isn't. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about rate increases. We have so much stuff to talk about. We'll also talk about the JPM collar. We're going to also talk about seasonality. We'll talk about that. We'll touch on that again today. Then we'll talk about reinvesting in the market, when to do that usually. We usually have a low in February, and then the real buying kicks in April every year. So the buying for the year is likely done. And the matter of fact, David AMS talked about continuation or lots of distribution into end of year. That's highly likely. Sideways down, and then a real bloodbath into the late winter and springtime. Squeezing up right now to the half-hour trigger. See it right there. Watch out for a rejection here. You want to see a touchback. Well, I guess we have a touchback right here, but I wouldn't hesitate to see a reversal right here and then take that thing higher. We can break through this. This is where people have been selling. So whatever you do here, if you're going to day trade this, do not be long here. All right, you can be long here, but see the cross right here? You can get long again above here for the next trade to 421.15. Take a look at the gamma picture as well at some point. Let me see if I can write all this stuff down. Jeez, I'm saying I got so much stuff to go over. Hold on here. So we're gonna do the yield curve. We're going to do gamma. We're going to do JPM collar. What else are we going to do today? Whole bunch of earnings we have to go over. All right. Need a better notebook. Am I on the bear bus yet? No, I'm not. I'm still not on the bear bus. I just talked about it. 10 minutes ago. I have a lot of money in this market. Am I on the bear bus? No. Still not on the bear bus. Though I am not on the bull bus for sure. I'm more on this like neutral garbage for until spring, until late winter or spring now. No, that's about it. But am I on the bear bus, the crash bus? Fuck no. I'm not with Crash Gang. So, I'm assuming that you guys all are. I'm assuming I wasn't on the stock market the past half week. So I haven't been consuming whatever you've been consuming. Whatever you've been drinking out there, I haven't been drinking it. I've been having a blast. I've been partying, getting drunk, fucking hanging out with friends, hanging out with family too, and having a grand old time. I don't get a lot of time away, so I spent this time trying to step away from the market and not be like grossly consumed by it. And I know a lot of you are. I know that I get like that. I am usually I'm eating, shitting, and drinking this market 24 hours a day. I lose sleep. I lose friendships and families and all that kind of stuff over being constantly consumed year in, year out. And I have to step away for like 5 fucking minutes every once in a while. Mostly when it's like this. I'm a bull. So when we're not doing well, and this was planned, but I don't know why this was planned with this much bearishness this past week. But it doesn't really matter. So what does matter is that I still need that time away. You should always, if you're not, I want you to know something. If this consumes you, you have to step away for a week. You have to like take a break. So no, I'm not on bear bus. I'm not on crash bus. And if we do crash, I just showed you 2 examples of us one example of us not crashing, another example of us crashing. So even when we crash, unless we have something like COVID or 1987, I heard that bandied about the past week or 2, 3 weeks. Unless we have, and it's weird because 1987 was an actual glitch. It was, in my view, that's what it was. So I know it's being assigned to a bunch of stuff that it wasn't right now, but it was. It was computing, and that's not happening. Not like that. Not under those same circumstances. These are not the same circumstances as 1987. You should never assign historical, like, hey, this happened in 1987. We're in the same predicament right now. Fuck no. I don't know what kind of historians you are of the stock market. I go back, like, I spend time looking at World War II. I spend time looking at the Great Depression. I spend time looking at the 1890s. And nothing's ever the exact same. So, and nothing is the same. Even trading today is not the same as it was back then. Even COVID should have taught you that, right? You remember we would hit stop limits. Remember they'd shut the market down on us. We'd have limit down, stop, right? Then we'd go blast back up. So please, like I would shy away from that. And if we get a crash, you're likely going to see it here soon. And I just showed you 15 minutes ago, I just showed you an example of the volatility when we are where we are. I showed you that even when we are this volatile, you're likely going to see monster moves even to the upside. So even if you are in crash mode or, hey, I'm bearish here, I got to tell you guys something. There are people in this stream, okay? There are people in the stream that have brought up to me, said to me specifically that they sold in that January 2022 roll. They sold and then watched it come all the way back up again, and they had an orderly exit available And they lost a lot of money by not being patient to let the market show them where we are headed. So the only thing I would say to you, the only thing that I could leave you with at this moment is direction unclear. Mostly just direction unclear. If you see, let me see if we bring this back to a 30-minute chart here. If you wind up seeing some kind of a rejection here, right? Some major rejection, right? Yeah, I'd be getting scared, right? I'd be like, yeah, we could crash this, right? Let me draw this. Let me draw that better. So, let's draw that better. So let's say we keep going down here, right? But we squeeze back up here, right? And that's it, right? We're now going to break underneath and start dropping. I'm assuming that some of you think that we break down below this, right? And then this stuff starts to come down on top of it. And it's just like that. That's not how the market works. I'm sorry. It's just not how the market works. And even in COVID, it didn't work like that. I don't know if you were trading COVID or not. I traded COVID from the fucking moment it was going on right through it. And we had monster squeezes. Squeezes that, dude, these are like puts that were like 20, 30. I had like puts that were like 20, 30, $40 that were back down to like $5, $4. So just be it, so the idea here would be this, is that you should have an opportunity at minimum, whether we go here or not. You should have an opportunity to exit orderly here and then wait and see what happens, right? Do we get the continuation of the upside to get bullish again, even if it's only for the week or the month or the quarter, whatever it is, or you exit here and we roll back down, then you can get all bear gang and, crash gang and all that kind of stuff. I got to tell you guys something. So I just read something this morning that said, and this is fascinating, a lot of my holdings, the stuff that I do hold right now, they're having great reports. My tickers, every report is boom. 73% of earnings are beating their estimates, and my holdings right now are just knocking them out of the ballpark. So I don't know what to say to you here on this. I would need to see something like, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do when we do squeeze up here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at my holdings and say, yeah, do I just exit and try to re-enter in February and April, so I don't have to deal with that potential crash over here? So yeah, I don't know where I'm at right now. I know one thing that I'm at right now. I know for a fucking fact that if we go down here this week, right, I'm definitely not selling, because I see that huge squeeze, that monster squeeze for me to get out up here. So if you're a bull, I would say that you have to be very patient here. And we still haven't had a cross here. So we don't have a cross on the weekly and daily. Although it's pretty much there. We have not had it yet. And we have not had the cross on SPX. We have not had the cross on ES. We have had the cross on DIA. But I was buying that stuff when we had that cross. That's when I was buying, like Budweiser, all that stuff. We did have a daily over weekly cross, but that was like months ago. So I don't know. And as a matter of fact, tech isn't even near crossing. S&P 500 is near crossing, but NASDAQ is not. NASDAQ is not anywhere near. Let me show you guys NASDAQ really quick. And there has been no cross here. So here's the 30-minute chart on NQ. We have a break of the weekly here, but no cross of the daily over weekly here. So still not happening. You have a bunch of good reports coming out, a bunch of big reports this week, next week. 70%, 75% of those companies beat. And I don't know. Well, the one thing, it's weird. I will say this. I will put a caveat in my statements here. I got to say this because when we were looking at banks reporting, I gave you guys a bunch of predictions for those banks. And I said to you, the one thing that was scratching my head on was it looked like most of them, I was like, yeah, that most of them seem like they're going to print. And most of them did print. But it looked like take the money and run. And sure enough, they took the money and ran on any of those good reports. So that could play out. I'm not anti the market selling down and off, even though we get good reports and the individual tickers go up. So I should put that caveat in there because at least financials were showing that. You gotta start to think about the streams that we did on financials, right? What did I say about financials? Everyone was bearish on financials, right? Everybody was bearish on financials, and financials did great. Now they weren't bearish on after if they had good reports. They were bearish on the actual reports. Reports were great, right? I still have the predictions. I got them on paper. I'll break them out for you. I actually followed these predictions that I gave you to see how accurate I was, and I was pretty fucking accurate. Like 95% for the up and down in all of these reports. And these reports were good. Now, the one caveat when I gave those was it looks like take the money and run. And that's what they did. They did do that. So they could possibly do that again in all these other tickers, right? You come into the earnings, come into the close before they report, you blast off, and then they take the money and run the following day or following days, depending upon market conditions. Sorry, I got a brand new chair and it sucks. So begin to think about, oh yeah, get up there and squeeze that shit. So begin to think about, oh yeah, squeeze the fuck out of it. So begin to think about the fact that we've got huge earnings coming, monster earnings. We're going to look at a bunch of these earnings today. I'm going to get through those earnings today. I have to. It's Monday. I have to give you guys predictions for the week. I've been pretty fucking good with the predictions, so I'm like, we're gonna do them again. So, anyways, I don't know what Bob was saying. I'm probably with Bob on this, where it's some kind of a consolidation. See if you guys can see that there. Put that pivot over there. I'm going to bring that down for you to see it over there. I guess I'm kind of with Bob on this. It's more like a mixed bag. Individual tickers, sideways and possibly down. Let's look at the JPM collar next. I told you we'd review that again. So we'll go to the JPM collar. Sorry, that's a PNC. Let me save this so I don't lose it. This is some likely, I don't know if I posted this somewhere or not. I thought I did, but I think I posted it or I showed you guys or something, but you can already see, right? This is our, hold on a second here. You can already see coming off this, right? They sold, right? We didn't even get up there, did we? Just come up here and then start selling down, right? Now we're attracted to this 4055 on SPX. They don't want to print these either. So if they don't print this, they don't print this. Do we end up grinding this whole entire quarter out? Maybe we get the Christmas rally back up in here into the 31st, or does it become the Christmas distribution and we go down here? I would keep a firm eye on this 4055 on SPX. And that's that monthly trigger as well. You don't want to see that selling below this, right? And then begin to see the rejection to the downside. If we get that rejection to the downside, that's where you start to get the nasties, right? That's where you get the skull and crossbones, and you're looking for that lower target down there for the end of Q4. That's that 3420 that all these bears want to see, right? So just on SPX, if you want to take a look at that, you want to see that right there and see how that plays. But look at this previous one. All right, we just went up here, came back down, came back up, right? And then boom, distribution. We didn't go up, did we, into the end of the quarter, did we? And you're seeing kind of a similar pattern, aren't you? You know, if we do something like this, we end up going up. You're gonna be in some hurt, right? Especially if you're super bearish. So I would trade what's in front of you, and I would respect the triggers without a doubt, and velocity. I'd respecting these 100%. Hold on a second here. I don't know why that keeps going back to the 30-minute chart right here, right? You know, you end up being range bound in here for the quarter. Whoop. Getting kind of wonky here. But if you see this bounce down here and you're on Crash Gang, you're going to forget all about it, right? You end up forgetting all about it, and we end up bouncing around in here, and then we get towards the end of quarter, and we're going to have a magnet to the up or downside. You know, the holiday route. Don't forget the holiday rally for Q4, especially if we're going to sell February and sell April. Let me ask you a question. Let me do a poll. I'm going to do a poll. Let me do a poll with you. I'm not even going to do a poll with you. Let me do this with you instead. So you're going to try to tell me, I guess maybe it could happen. I would agree more with you. Let me go back to that. Back to that caller really quick. Please go. Oh, dude, why does it go back to PNC? Fuck me. I gotta find out. It's like a glitch or some shit like that. So what I would say to you is this, right? You got Q. Here's March 1st right here, right? This is Q. This is end of Q1 2024, right? We already know that this is usually bearish, right? We all know that, right? You all know that normally the Q1 is usually bearish. I have that right? There's let's copy this. Copy paste. And we also know that you buy April. We know you can buy February. Normally you can buy February, and you can normally buy April, somewhere down in here. You already know you can buy. These are usually the lows right here. So knowing that, right, are you telling me that you're going to get your crash now, right? And then what are you telling me? You're telling me we're going to come into Q1 and Q2 of 2024 and what, we're going lower? I doubt that. I would give you like a dump or something, or a bloodbath down here at end of year, possibly. Then maybe some more continued downside into February, February and April down in here. That's possible. But you're asking for this right now, right? You're saying bloodbath this now and then straight down to the depths of hell. Well, then we're going to fuck around in here and then go down even further. You know, this shit is definitely, no matter what you think, especially with time is involved, no matter what you think, it's fucking to the right and up. I need to make a t-shirt that says to the right and up. It's not to the right and down. It's never been to the right and down. I can show you charts going all the way back to the 1890s. It's not fucking to the right and down. It's to the right and up. So the more that you're drinking this shit and eating this shit, all that kind of stuff, right? I get a hot. Did I ever put a? Hold on here. Whenever you're drinking that Kool-Aid, man, it's like when we're the most bearish, you're saying crash, right? Think about that. I went on a Twitter this morning. It was quiet. All the bulls are gone, right? All the bulls were gone. On so your target to the upside up here is wrong fucking chart again. You lower that down a little bit. I'm looking at PNC. The chart is always to the right and up. And that, you have to remember that. I want you to remember that. It's always to the right and fucking up. We got some supply here. Watch out for the supply here. Pretty big band. These fucking sellers. Trying to fucking trap people here. Oh yeah, baby. Positioning is long here. Nice. Cowboy Starfish is saying that he's on the road to is it Roswell to Roswell, man. I went there and I didn't think that it was I didn't have as much fun as I expected to have in Roswell. It was okay. But I had a blast around, like going to Roswell, and then hey, when you get to Albuquerque, Cowboy Starfish, you need to go to Santa Fe, man, and go to Meow Wolf. That's the first Meow Wolf in the world, and it's fucking epic, man. And spend a few days there. Yeah, you got to wear that shirt. It's up and to the right. That's what it always was. That's what it always will be. So I don't know. I gotta I'm guilty of some of this. Like I want to see 345 or 324 this quarter. I'm guilty of that myself, right? Like, hey, we're going there. We're gonna be there. We talked about going there in springtime. Remember, we talked about going there in the late winter or in springtime. And if they're trying to front run this into that time period, if they're trying to front run this into that time period, that makes sense to me, right? We'll look at that chart right now too. So let's look at the chart let's look at the one that actually matters. I got government shutdown in here. All the macro you need, baby. That's my jam right there. All the macro you need. You guys remember this chart right here? So this is December 24 of 2024, right? This is the one where, hold on, let me see if I can show this in the full screen here. Looks kind of messy right now. All you need is the front right. We all talk about this, right? Talk about we've got currently weakness, we've got likelihood of no more than one more, maybe two, possibly two. By the way, this is the Fed funds rate over here. Let's see if I can mute some of this stuff. I'm going to mute this chat box over here. And I'm going to mute my camera in the frame. So if you pay attention over here, this is the Fed funds rate, right? We always talk about this. Fed funds rate starts to level off with an anticipation of a roll. You want to see that, right? This is when the market begins to front run a pause and roll and the bottom of inflation, right? Bottoming of inflation. And then you've got the unemployment rates rising higher. Remember we talked about, hold on here. Talked about where's the Fed see. Oh, okay. Where does the Fed see us with rates into December? So this is the unemployment rate down here, right? And the Fed is tracking, Fed's saying that they're going to be raising rates and holding them into December. And I say to them, there ain't no fucking way you're going to be at 6% unemployment and still holding rates up there. Does that make sense? Because what ends up happening into 2024 is you get inflation down, you get the flattening over here, right? And then you get the unemployment rate is racing up, right? And here's where this is the 10 and 2s right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 10s and 2s over time. We're going to talk about this last one right here. And you are seeing yields rise. Yields matter, but as a fourth tool, these are the three that matter the most right here. The unemployment rate, the inflation rate of inflation, and the anticipation of cuts, and the time frame that those happen, and the market expecting that these things to happen, right? Flattening, roll, and then a rise in unemployment for the market to roll to the downside. Now, you might think I think it's springtime, summertime of 2024. Maybe the Fed is right. Maybe he is going to hold rates higher or up into December of 2024. It looks to me like the market is telling him that ain't happening. We're going to front run it now. We're going to front run it early and ahead of everybody else. And I want to show you guys. Let me see if I can make this smaller here. Can I hide just? Yeah, there we go. You know what? Let's just turn that off. Let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. And we're going to look at SPX on a weekly basis. Going all the way back here. And I want to show you guys something here, okay? You know, you see the yield curve coming up here? Market's going higher, right? The market didn't really start to ramp down until we were up here, right? See how the yield curve's coming back up again? And what did the market do? It just kept going north. You see that? I want you to see that right there, okay? I also want you to see that the market began to drop here. This is a good one, right? Yield curve taking off. Market rolls down. That's one where it worked. That one worked. That one did not. That one kind of worked. I'll give you like a half check, a little check mark on that one. Big crash over here, right? Right down here. Right? Yield curve was kind of coming up, but no real correlation there, right? Let's look at some other examples in the past here. Here's another one right here. Yield curve taken off. Blip in the road, right? Market just keeps grinding, and then blasts off, right? So do we have like, does yield curve on its own tell you the story of the market? It doesn't. It doesn't traditionally. You see that? Look at this one right here. Yield curve blasts off, rips straight down. Market continues to go higher. Never saw a low. Look at this. Previous low, higher previous low, higher previous low. Not new fucking low, not newer fucking low down here. None of that, right? Prior low, just continuation higher, and then a rip off here. So even right now, if you were to look at all the examples of the yield curve inversion, the yielded, trying to ascribe, well, the yield curve is coming up. That must mean that the market's going to, you can ascribe the market's going to crash with that. We're going to 34, 32, 28, any of that kind of stuff due to the yield curve. I'm going to warn you, it's not just the yield curve. You must have the unemployment rate. The unemployment rate, I want to leave there. You need to have the unemployment rate flattening and cutting, and you need to have inflation at near or lower than 2% year over year, right? You have to have that. So if you don't have that, like it's like a special potion. And when Jerome's last rate decision, you saw me get furious over what he was trying to tell people, right? He broke out the charts and he broke out the iPad, and he's got like the shit that we use on FinTwit, and he's trying to make you believe that he's going to raise rates 1 to 2 more times. He's going to hold them into December of 2024. And this market reaction to me doesn't look like that. This market reaction to me looks like he overplayed his hand, right? He's like over bluffing, and the market's going to call him on it and say there's no fucking way that you're going to raise and hold past December 2024. We think you're going to be cutting by late summer, if not into fall or winter of 2024. And so we're going to front run this right now. So I guess if that's what you think, I can get on board with that. And I got on board with it. I was really upset. You guys remember how upset I was on that last rate decision. If he had just said higher for longer, and we're not going to tell you how many rate increases, and just higher, like stick with the plan, I think the market would have been fine. But I think he's being called out. He's being called out to say we don't believe you that you're going to be 2 more rate increases and holding into December of 2024. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man? Oh, what's another thing? When you get to Albuquerque, if you're listening in your car right now, Cowboy Starfish, when you get to Albuquerque, you have to go to the Frontier, man, and go to the Frontier restaurant and get Huevos Rancheros. There'll be a bunch of college students hanging out in there, and they make tortillas right in front of you. It's like a rite of passage. Just chewed through a bunch of supply to the upside. Thanks for saying that I posted on Trade the Trigger. I didn't know. We've got people that manage our account. I got like 3 or 4 people managing accounts, so I don't know exactly who's posting what, where, and when. But I appreciate saying it was posted. Hold on here. I just proved you wrong with rates. I like literally just proved you wrong with rates. It's not rates. It's never. Well, no. Hold on a second. It's not the inverted yield. Like the yield curve is the absolute worst. The 10-year yield is the absolute worst on its own indicator that you can look at historically. It's fucking fact. Like you have to include rates, unemployment, and inflation. That's the magic sauce. The yield curve falls into that equation, but it's not the equation. All right. So it's always of those 3 main ingredients. Your first ingredient is always unemployment. If you go back, if you isolate all 4 of those things on their own, the only one that is consistent is unemployment. And that's why I was pissed at Jerome Powell. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like I was looking when he showed that chart of unemployment, I was like, he's out of his fucking mind. I was like, I track unemployment. I track unemployment where I live. I track it where I live. I track it like, and not only unemployment but jobs too. Like jobs, like where's the Goldilocks zone? Are we in the Goldilocks zone or not? And you gotta have. And I'm looking at it going, in December 2024, unemployment should be out of control by the time we get there. It should be on fire. Like if you look at unemployment and employment by December of 2024, this country should be on fire, and I'm in agreement with that. I'm fully in agreement with. I've stood by that. I've never changed my thesis on that. But the only thing that pissed me off was his last rate decision. If he wanted the market to trade sideways, he should have just said higher for longer, stuck to the script that he's stuck to, and he deviated from that. He tried to say he was going to do all this stuff. Then he was showing charts of like 10 years old, 3 years out, 5 years out, 10 years out. I was like, that's like, you can wipe your ass with that. Like that, you can't look 5, 10 years out and say this is where we're going to be in 5 or 10 years. That fucking chart, look at that chart before COVID. That fucking chart didn't look like that at all. So, it's always unemployment. Yeah, and you know what? 5 isn't that much either, right? It's not 8, it's not 10, it's not 15, not 17, 18, nothing like that. Hold on a second here. I ate breakfast this morning. I don't normally eat breakfast. Be careful of trap for bulls here. I'm trying to see what happens here, because if there's a reversal here, or if there's not a reversal, if we end up coming up, probably gonna take a trade. So I'm looking for that to take along here. So don't get caught in this. You can get caught back here and they reverse to the downside, and it'll get nasty. So be careful. You guys know what this is right here, right? This is the finger trap. Don't diddle in the middle here. If you're looking for a short here, there's one here too. Short up here. And the short is up here somewhere. Dude, Jill Natola said that she went to Meow Wolf this summer. Loved it. Yeah, dude, you got to go on a weekend. They have like worldwide acts for like rooms of 50 people. They've got Make magazine. It's defunct now, but the group is still together. They're all wrapped up in Meow Wolf there, and then artists, like they bring in resident artists, and they got musicians every night of the week. They did at one time. I don't know if they still do, but Want to see if this rejects or not right here. Yeah, you got to go to Meow Wolf. And then Cowboy, man, load up on some Green Hatch chilies, dude. It's that time right now, right? I think they're roasting them outside of all the Home Depots. You can go to Home Depot, dude, and get like 100 pounds and get them roasted right in the parking lot. And you can get empanadas and you can get, what's the shit with that's inside the corn husk? I forget what those are called, but. Yeah, the Gray Love Bar. Morning, Wilm. How you doing? Oh yeah, baby. Here we go. Should see a quick. You're looking to see this green bar go up here, right there, come back down, and then slam up on that hour trigger. Tamales, dude. You got it. Like you go to like a Home Depot parking lot, you can get tamales. Like every Home Depot parking lot in New Mexico, you can get tamales, and you can buy a bushel of Hatch green chilies, and then they roast them for you. I think Walmart's you can get them outside too. Do them at Walmart too. It's stop at the bond market. Like keep hearing all these bond barons out there and the bond vigilantes, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Tell them what the real thing you're doing is. It's all about rates, unemployment, and inflation. Always, it always is. It's just fact. It's not even like an argument. It's not even an opinion. It's like it's one of like the worst major macro indicators out there. Like absolute garbage. And it gets assigned. It's so bizarre too. It's like you know what? Like all the bond shit. I'm like these fucking people will fucking latch on to anything. Like whatever garbage you're gonna shit spoon feed yourself, you fucking shovel it down. I'm like, there's nothing to do with that ever. Never ever does. It never has nothing to do with the inverted fucking yield curve or the fucking tens and fucking twos or tens and threes. I mean, like, oh no, it's tens and threes, not tens and twos. No, it's 30-year. It's 30-year gilts, man. I'm like, God damn it. It's like it's always this and it's always that. Do they fall in line? Yeah. But what else are they fall? What's the underlying that they're falling in line with? That's the key. You know, because you're going to be there. The next time you're here with a yield curve going up and the market just keeps screaming higher, you're going to say, oh, fuck, that guy taught me that it wasn't the yield curve. It was unemployment, inflation, and rates. Always has been, always will be. More on FX Retracer. How you doing, man? Okay, so we went through all this stuff here. I think we went through everything we needed to get through this morning. What else do I got to say about this? Price target to the upside still for 22.97. There's a trap in there. It looks like we're getting over it. Like the latching on to stuff. That like I want to go back to that story real quick. Like people latch on to like it's because of this. And then it doesn't continue to work out. And people are like, well, we're going to latch on to the next reason that it is. Or when it doesn't work out, you're like, it's because of that. That's why, right? And then it's like a new story gets like the new shiny news story or whatever is being pushed to you as the reasons for why the market goes where it goes, and it's so bizarre. Now, let's talk about earnings right now. We're gonna move over now to earnings. We're gonna do some chatting. So we've got today after the close. Well, let's go over a few things. We got a bunch of crap to go over. Let's go to the economic calendar and trade the trigger. I got an economic calendar and trade the trigger right now. All right, we'll go here instead. So we've got for tomorrow at 9 a.m. we've got S&P Case Schiller Home Price Index. We've got S&P Flash U.S. Services PMI. It's a big one, 945. Wednesday we've got new home sales at 10. A big one though on Thursday we've got GDP. We also know that GDP is another one we should talk about because that's in that same discussion, right? If GDP is still Goldilocks or higher than like 2.5%, that's not going to help the bears out either, nor that fucking inverted yield curve. We've got jobs claims though, right? That's a big one for bears. Bears want to see those come in hot. Durable good orders. That's at 8:30 in the morning. Then we've got durable goods on the. This is all Thursday the 26th, right? GDP at 8:30. Initial claim jobless claims at 8:30. That's big numbers. Then we've got durable goods, advanced trade balance in goods, advanced retail inventories, wholesale inventories. Then we've got pending home sales at 10. And then on Friday we've got PCI, PCE, personal spending and income. And then we've got year over year, all that kind of stuff. And then consumer sentiment, not really a big one at 10 a.m. So big numbers coming out this week. So I'm assuming you bears are like, yeah, we're going to roll in and get some horrible numbers, get horrible GDP numbers, horrible PCE, and the market's just going to crash. I'd say the jobless claims and the GDP are the ones that, if you're a bear, that's what you're going to be watching. What's going on, Scotty? How you doing, man? Oh yeah, baby. Keep on getting up there. Work through all that supply up there. Out there. Grind all these sellers out right there. Just keep on grinding these sellers. All right, so we went through the economic calendar. We've got reporting after the close today. We've got Whirlpool, EPS estimate of $4.31, Rev estimate $4.76 billion. We got Berkeley, Crown, Brown & Brown, Cleveland. Is that Cleveland Cliffs, I think? Might be, or just Cliffs. Logitech. Then tomorrow, before the open, we've got Coca-Cola. We got Verizon, baby. We got Halliburton, GE, GM, 3M, Spotify, RTX, Microsoft after the close on Tuesday. Google after the close on Tuesday. We got Visa after the close. We've got Waste Management, Texas Instruments, Snap, Chubb. And then on Wednesday, before the open, we've got Boeing. Expect some weakness and dog shit there. We'll talk about Boeing at some point today. T-Mobile, Thermo Fisher, General Dynamics, Hilton, ADP, Penske, and Ryder. So Wednesday morning, I'm going to go with a mixed bag on Wednesday morning. Tuesday, I'm going to go with some good expectations. Wednesday after close, we've got Meta, IBM, O'Reilly, Western Union, Molina, UHS, Baker Hughes. So we got big heavy hitters on Tuesday after the close, Wednesday after the close. And then on Thursday morning, we've got UPS, MasterCard, Valero, Southwest, RCL, Royal Caribbean, Merck, Bristol Myers Squibb, Comcast. And then Thursday after the close, we have some more heavy hitters. We got Amazon, Intel, Chipotle, Ford, Capital One, Skechers. And then Friday, before the open, we've got ExxonMobil, Chevron, bunch of gas and oil companies, Phillips 66. We got AutoNation, Charter, and Colgate Palmolive. So we're going to talk about some of these earnings for the rest of today. Give me one quick second here. Hold on here. Give me one quick second. I got some work to do in the background. So where is... You got Spotify, right? Let's take a look at Spotify really quick. Spotify right now. Excuse me. This is a 30-minute chart on Spotify. I'm kind of neutral here on Spotify. Spotify, I've got as reporting Tuesday in the morning before the open. We've had a good day so far today. Bounced off their weekly trigger, 1, 2, trading above their hourly trigger right now. But trading up into some resistance here at 154.44. Some nice consolidation. They already blasted down over here at 126.67. They are above their monthly trigger right now, above their weekly trigger. Weekly trigger has been very supportive. Price currently above. Let's look at the expected move for Spotify. What's going on, Nina? Good to see you, brother. Hold on a second here. Hold on here. What do we got going on? See if we can give some predictions on these tickers. There. $153.51. Expected move 167.09. This is for tomorrow. Looks like they're already getting their move out of the way, don't they? 139.47. This is the expected move on Spotify for the next expiry, which is October 27th. I'm going to read something to you about Spotify right now. TD Cohen initiates Spotify as market perform. TD said in its initiation of Spotify, the valuation seems reasonable. Quote, already discounts and a fairly optimistic financial trajectory. Quote, we expect Spotify to continue to grow. Revs at double digits and enjoy margin improvements over time. We think current valuations already discounts a fairly optimistic financial trajectory. So they're already pumping right now. Expect that to reject there. See how many of these we can tag out. 1, 2, We got another possible there. There. Red. If you're not already in Spotify, set an alert down here on that. I'd say I'd set an alert at 128.67 and 139.32. If you can catch that dip buy down below. If not, if you're already long, Spotify price target to the upside 166.13 and 172. I'm bullish on this ticker into their report tomorrow. Though I do think that you bounce around in here, so be careful of. I don't know, it's be careful. I would say this about Spotify. Look for some kind of weakness into their whatever the bullshit reasons are. There may be some bullshit when they give their initial report. But you've got this like this hourly trigger, like you got one over the hourly here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 triggers coming into a daily trigger. Daily trigger has already been weak and getting more bullish. We could just blast up there right now. If you get a chance, jump on the train. Look for jumping on at 149 if you can, 149.84. But I think it's going to keep going. I think it's just going to rip face up there. And look for profit taking up here at 166.09 on Spotify. So that's tomorrow, Spotify. What else you got going on here? Yeah, you could do it. In the money call spread would be nice too. Even where they are right now. I'd prefer to get it at 149. You can jump in one at like 149 or something like that. That'd be baller. Put some time on it. If it rings the register, good to go. I'm bullish on this ticker. So bullish on Spotify. Let me go back to SPY really quick and we'll check back in with the market. Boy, a lot of angry Tesla bulls when I was bearish on it, huh? Probably need Binky to look back on that video. Because I said to somebody, you don't think it can go down there? It did, didn't it? It did. Yields rolling down right now. Just a note here. Yields coming in right now to retest a prior low. This is the second break in the third sell signal. If you want to watch it on TNX, you can. So TNX has supply coming in, right? You go on TNX, you'll see supply coming in. They just keep pinging up there and selling down. We've broken through. Oh, yeah, baby. Nice bear cross on TNX. TNX got giant gaps to close down at 46. 46.35 is the last one. apple ribbon face right now. VIX getting hammered. HYG with a target to the upside. 72.49. Hourly trend target. Yeah, do you guys, some of you guys don't remember that I said I had to go to TwitchCon, right? So I had to show up and be there by Thursday. So I had TwitchCon over the weekend. My wife and kids took off to see family, so a big family gathering. Yeah, part of my family is not getting together for Thanksgiving, so I got my family is going to meet up with other family members. They're going out. They ended up meeting up in Ohio, and then I have to meet them. Or they're going to doing a big. Hold on a second here. It's like hot as fuck here. Did I enjoy it? It has its. Yes, I enjoyed it because I learned a lot about streaming, the stuff that I have to implement. I learned what I went there for was not. If I was younger, I would have had a much better time. Would have had a better experience. Now, if you're older, you can go. It's still a good experience. I have a friend that lives there, and then there's lots of other shit to do there too. Plus, I didn't get tickets to the parties. They sold out by the time I got my ticket, so there's that. But it's still worth going to network and to also meet people to become a better streamer, I guess. So you'll see that stuff roll out on this show in the coming weeks. You're going to start to see some changes geared towards what they say you'll enjoy the show more. You guys knew about this, right? Told you guys about this. What else did I do? Yeah, I own Verizon. What am I doing for Verizon earnings? We're going to talk about Verizon too. I got a whole bunch of reports to go over here in just a few moments. You know what's funny is there was big conversations about feet pics and stuff because some streamer was like, I'll get you thrown out if you ask for feet pics. And I'm like, all my fucking people fucking ask for feet pics all the time. I DM people like feet pics of hobbits and shit. It's like a running joke, but I didn't realize that it was a real thing for like some people. I didn't realize that I didn't know that it was a derogatory thing for some streamers. I always used it as I always noticed that people on social media can get into they find themselves in like really bad controversy, like I don't know, sending fucking penis pics to like someone underage or something insane like that. And so I'm like as normal as they come. So I always use it as a vehicle to just make a joke, right? Like, but I didn't realize it wasn't a joke for a lot of people. Rather than contacting you and trying to get you to come to Las Vegas and do fucking gross shit or whatever that people do. So that did come up, and but I was like, our followers we talk about that in jest though. It's like a bunch of dudes doing it to each other in the background. Do I think we make another low? Yeah, there's a very good chance of it. There's a very good chance of. There's a very good chance. Let me go. So let me go back to this real quick. I can see that some of you guys haven't been here since earlier. So this is the right chart. Yeah, that's the right chart. Do I think there's a chance of another low? Absolutely. So just take a look at this here. This is the monthly trigger down below here. See this monthly trigger down here? 410.35 on SPY. It'll be different on SPX and I'll bring this over here for you. Show you that right there. So let's take a look at that right there. So we're still in a downward channel here, right? You see that channel? Still in this downward channel here. There's nothing to say we're still not in that downward channel. So as we come up into the hourly trigger, you should not be long, should you? And can we break straight down to the depths of hell here? Abso-fucking-lutely. So maybe I can draw this. Hold on. We can easily stay on trend here. Right? Up to the hourly trigger. And then come down and slam into that monthly before a big squeeze. Now, if we get above the hourly trigger, see right here how we got up to it? Up to the hourly trigger and then immediately rejected down. You don't want to get caught in that, right? So if we do break above the hourly trigger, you need the 1 in 5 minute to come underneath and carry us here to find out what's going to happen. The big question mark is, does the daily reject and come down? So yeah, so just to stay on trend here, you can see that. I don't know if you can see that red line right there. That's downward trend. Now we got to get above that. Begin to make our way up here. Yeah, so do I think there could be another move down? Abso-fucking-lutely. So let's go to a 1 minute chart. I wouldn't particularly be caught dead long. Like you get out long right there. You let price come above, and you do what you always do, right? You wait for the 1 minute. Here, let's see if we can do it this way. Let me clean it up. Let me clean it up for you. Get rid of it. Now, hourly trend is on your side here. But what you don't want to see is you don't want to see a roll, right? You don't want to see a rejection. You don't want to see that, right? You don't want to see that. You don't want to see the break above this kind of nonsense and then back down, do you? You don't want to see that, right? You don't want to see us come up, reject, and down. You want to take the money and run. You don't want to see a squeeze up here, putter out, and then reverse the downside, right? Hourly says it's on your side right now, but you don't want to see that, right? You don't get caught in any of this. The next thing that you're looking for, though, if you are bullish, or if you're like, hey, we're going to get another low, what you don't want to see is price squeeze up, right? And then have that red come up and that white come up and help out, right? If you see that and the reject and the bounce is good, if the pullback is good, we'll take that up and start trading the upside move and we'll call it done. If you are a bear and you've got shorts in the market and you see us begin to trade higher, I'll let you know. I'll say something to you if you should close your shorts out or somewhere up in here. Let's get the 30-minute and check Velo and the hourly. Yeah, daily looks like it has more down to go. It looks right now like we'll go up and likely reverse to the downside, though. I don't like this daily down here. This daily Velo is not saying we're not quite at bottom yet. The 30-minute velocity is saying we're not quite done yet. Yeah, you guys want to go over seasonality really quick? Well, that's the thing about seasonality, right? Everyone's always on. I scream at people. People come in the chat all the time. They're like, seasonality, and I'm like, yeah, it kind of works. Kind of works. Let's look at seasonality really quick. I didn't show you that chart today, so let's look at it. Hold on a second. I got a lot of questions coming in. I want you guys to know I'm fucking bullish on big tech earnings here. Before we even go over the rest of these tickers, I need you guys to know out there, I am bullish as fuck. Generally speaking, I'm bullish on tech earnings. Now, what's another thing? Let's talk about something else here. Got another point of contention. You guys remember when I made a prediction about Tesla not being able to make deliveries? Production issues, delivering the new truck, right? Did you read that article this past week? Did you read that article about they're not going to be able to get deliveries out in a timely manner? I read that article this week. No, I mean if you're a bear, you're looking for some kind of a rejection right here. If you start to see that right there underneath that hourly trigger or any kind of failure here, you can be taking a goddamn short here and take this shit down to the monthly trigger. So. What about big tech guidance? So I just went through Spotify. I'm going to go through the rest of them with you today. You're going to get them all. We're going to come up here to the next big band. See this big band showing up right now, this big band of supply. We're going to go over all, so right now we've beat expectations so far in earnings, 74% beats right now. And we're trading at the bottom. So your thesis here should be long the fuck out of anything selling into their ERs. You're going to win 3 out of 4 times. Not necessarily SPY or NQ, NDX, but those individual tickers should beat. Now, on a case-by-case basis, you guys heard which ones I was bearish on for financials. I was right. You saw the ones that I was bullish on in financials. I was right. I told you what I was bullish and bearish on for Netflix and Tesla, right? I told you I was bearish on Tesla. I was bullish on Netflix. I even told you on Netflix that I was hoping and praying it would sell down into their earnings. And it did, right? So you should have been long as fuck into their earnings. Not shoulda, not financial advice. And sure, then shit, where did Netflix go? It mooned, right? It went rocket ship. And what did Tesla do? Remember we talked about Tesla tends to stay on trend into its earnings, and Netflix tends to go the opposite direction and can go fucking crazy, which it did, right? So both did what was expected of them. So we're talking now about Spotify. We're going to go through the rest of the big earnings for this week. Each day this week, I'm going to try to get through as many as I possibly can. Spotify looks like they're trying to price that shit in today. They're like, fuck that, we're pricing it in. So maybe it's a dud. Spotify could be a dud. Maybe they price in Spotify. That could be possible. I got a bunch of other tickers, too. A bunch of other shit that, something else you should be looking at here would be, keep your eyes on TAST. TAST. I'm not going to do that one right now, but if you've got the tool, look at TAST and then look up. They're like a Burger King thing. Their earnings aren't until November, I think, November 9th or 19th. I'm not going to chart it today, but keep an eye on TAST. And it's dirt fucking cheap. It's like I think it's the people that own the real estate or own the largest franchises in the U.S. TAST. Check that company out. They fucking beat. They beat. They've been consolidating. Ticker symbol TA. So it's Tango Alpha Sierra Tango. God, my fucking stomach is killing. I don't know if it's my stomach or this fucking new chair. This chair sucks. It's like forcing me to lean back. And I bought 2 new chairs. Maybe I'll grab the other one and try to put that other fucking chair in here and see if that one's any better. I'm so like these chairs aren't cheap. They're like $600 a piece. It's like $1,200 in 2 chairs I bought. The fucking chairs suck. Trading 422.22 right now. Go on up there and push on up to supply. Now this looks like it's going to want to roll before we get to the hourly trigger, so be careful on this squeeze. I bet you they're squeezing all these tickers I want to talk to for their ERs. Like you can never get this shit out there sooner than I need to. My God, Chase, what are you doing in the chat, man? How are you doing, Chase? Good to see you, brother. Spy hanging dong, right? It's like new bars on the block. Hanging dong. Oh, dude, my calls were getting torched on that fucking morning's open. I had to fucking close them, and they never came back. And dude, it was a disaster. I think I fucking saved like 27 cents. That was it. I was so fucking pissed. I was so mad. Well, no. So I have hold on. I got mixed feelings on this. I was talking about it earlier in the show. So early last week, I was in full panic mode of my underlying holdings in the market. All that shit's been going up. All of it. It's all been going up. And there's my calls burning on SPY. So I'm in this weird, funky ass place. I got like underlying doing great, and then I've got underlying of dog shit. Like crappy, not crappy, but like stuff that's not supposed to move for like 10 years. And then I've got SPY calls fucking dying. Hot tub stream, baby. I should do a hot tub stream. I should. Oh, that's another thing I got done. I put my boat away. So the boat's away. It's winterized. I got that done. Winterized 3 houses. Got all that shit done. Met up with my wife and kids. Didn't want to be home alone, so they took off. Dude, my wife and kids don't come back until Tuesday, I think. Tuesday, I don't even know when on Tuesday. But they're off vacation. They're like, "Fuck you, man. You going somewhere? We're going somewhere." My wife does not care. she's like tit for tat. She's like, "You going somewhere? I'm out of here." We talked about that this morning. These are not the times for you to be selling. This is the time for you to hold. And you'll be given it. If you missed this morning's broadcast, I hope that you go back and play it for yourself. Okay, so it's important that you watch this broadcast from the start this morning. I didn't go on any rants or anything. Went through the entire market for why you should not be panic selling this, regardless of price. They don't care if we bloodbath it. This is not the place that you sell. You're going to see wild ass swings, wild velocity, and you're going to be given ample opportunity to sell if that's what you want to do. Yeah, I'll show it to you right now. Hold on a second here. Give me one quick second. That's not even a real bar right there, is it? There's more supply up there. Give me one quick second here, boys and girls. Yeah, I got some cool shit to show you guys. I've got correlations on fucking long-term yields too. Got some cool shit to show you guys. I gotta post a bunch of shit. Can I just snip this? You guys, I'm going to post this really quick. I can. Here, I'll post this for you guys. Hold on a second here. Nope. No. I'll just post this for you guys to keep. How about that, okay? Hold on here. Oh, yeah. Slap the top of the fucking key, baby. Slap that ass right now. Oopsie. Stop doing that. Yes. Okay, I'm going to post this for you on Twitter. You go to Twitter really quick. Did I post the stream on Twitter this morning? I can't remember. All right. So you can download this for yourself. Posting this here on Twitter on Trade the Trigger. So download that image to yourself. And you can count the days on this too, or sessions. So I want you to point something out. This Winky and I have had this discussion like 20 times. And we're like, does it include the weekends or not, right? Now, this isn't this chart. This is Larry Williams. We're like, is Larry Williams including sessions or not sessions or whatever? This chart that in front of you that is posted here is just sessions each year. So you see 249 sessions. Our market typically has roughly about 250 sessions per year. Give or take a day or two, 3. And I want you to take a look at that. Take a look at this. Now, I want to point out something to you with this seasonality chart. You can actually look back, and you can see how booming SPX and NASDAQ. You guys want this for NASDAQ too? I'll do it for NASDAQ. Hold on a second. Hold on, boys and girls. Hold on a second. I'll do NDX right now. God damn it. You guys want VIX too? Hold on a second here. All right, I'm going to do NASDAQ. Binky was asking about NASDAQ, so here we go, Binky. I got you covered, brother. Hold on here, boys and girls. Do we get so much? When I want to get shit out, dude, we get shit out. Like, and some days, like, if I'm not here for a week, I'm like, I got all kinds of stuff to talk about now. we're gonna rapid fire through it over the next 5 hours. Everything I've got, you've got now. Hold on here. I'll post this one. This is NDX. Here's NDX. Oh, yeah. We're going to break above this daily trigger right now. We're right there, right? That's about where it really is. Just get us over the hump, bro. Just get us over the hourly. Now, remember, watch that supply up there. Right there, that red. Put my finger forward. Right there. That red thing right there. Careful of that up there. Hell yeah, baby. Vic, dude, I needed vacation. Like, well, I need a vacation for a vacation. We're going to talk about that today. So, I did learn some stuff. So, we're going to do some format changing, time changing, that kind of stuff. How often I'm on, and talk about getting that fucking stream up every day for you. But I might not be here for all of it and condense. And we'll talk about it. So, hold on, I'm losing track right now. So number 1, I just posted NDX seasonality against sessions, and it kind of follows, but it kind of doesn't. But it does look like it's supposed to bottom, right? And this is seasonality in presidential election years, all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna do the VIX for you here too. So hold on. Oh, ooh. Ooh. You guys want a fun one? I got a fun one for you. You guys want a fun one? So someone was asking, can we get more down? It's possible. It's possible. VIX is saying, yes, it's possible. VIX seasonality is saying it's still possible. I'm going to post this last one. So these charts all look the same, but they're not. So I just posted 3 charts. I just posted the 3rd one just now. And you can, download these, look at them, see what you see. And there's a giant fucking roll coming on VIX, or expected on VIX. Giant rollover expected on VIX. TNX getting sent to the depths of hell right now. Apple ripping right now. VIX getting sent to the depths of hell right now. HYG talked about 72.60, but I don't know if we can get there today. God, this fucking chair, man. Send all tweaks to CaptainJimJames@gmail.com. We've had a little pause here in production in the background. I had to take some time off from what we were doing to go take care of some stuff last week and into Sunday. So I'm back here, back again. So we'll roll back into what we're doing. I don't really get too much time off, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. I just posted all that stuff. So you get your seasonality charts. You can wing that however you want. Yeah, you know what the one cool part about seasonality charts are? You place your bets with like call spreads or put spreads, and you walk away and don't look at them. David AMS, good morning, brother. How are you, my man? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, that's kind of it for you right now, Chase. You want us to be seeing? Let's check SPY really quick, and let's take a look at SPOOs. Pain trade on right now for the Bears. It's a 30-minute chart on the triggers. Got still have a large block of supply up here. So the key point would be if we squeeze above here, it's all a matter of do we hold? Do we come back down and bounce? Right? Do we consolidate and begin to move higher? If you're bullish here, right, you need to see price break above the hourly trigger. Hourly velocity is on your side right now. Hold on, let's go to the 30-minute chart. Let's stay on the 1 minute really quick. So if you're bullish, you need to see price break above the hourly trigger, okay? And you cannot have it immediately reject. You need the help. Listen to me closely. You need the help of the 1 minute, the half hour, the 5 minute to push you higher. And unless you get, that bounce and start to break above this previous high right here, you've got no trade to the upside. Do not get caught there. I'm going to show you an example of it right here. This is a prime example right here. It's a 1 minute chart, right? You can see it right here, right? Watch. Price comes up. Everything looks honky-dory. Comes down, right? Squeezes up, comes down, and breaks right through. What is this indicative of? This all, before we even get there, before we even start this right here does not look like consolidation. This looks like liquidity grab, right? Just the look of it. Whoop. Quick squeeze up, slam it down, quick squeeze up, and then we're off and running. This would have looked like consolidate, hourly start heading higher. That green line, this green line was heading lower, right? Watch it head lower. It's telling you before we get here. See, the green line is heading lower, 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 lower. What do I always say about the hourly trigger to you? I also say to you about the hourly trigger, I never really care about it on this first squeeze. I really like to see and I can't stand the big squeezes. I like the price squeeze up. I like the reversal down. I like to see the hourly turn around, like stepping up. I like to see the 1 minute and the 5 minute supportive underneath. right? Well, I guess that should be red, but it's not. And on a 30-minute basis, I like to see that big hook underneath I don't like to see hourly velo plus 50, plus 25, do I? It's almost an automatic rejection of the downside. So, right now, let's look at a 30-minute chart on SPOOs and see what hourly is telling us. So right now, hourly velocity is looking good to go for a squeeze above. This looks good. Question mark, though, on daily velocity. So no proof here that we're not going to just squeeze up and immediately reject, or even squeeze up and come back down and fail because of the daily velocity. So this is not on your quite on your side yet. And we lost the weekly, by the way. So right now for a bull, expect the break above the hourly trigger and a nice fat squeeze. But even in that squeeze, it should come back. And I want to see the recheck of that hourly trigger. I need 5 minutes. I got to go turn my fucking heat. I have a smart house. My fucking house is being dumb right now. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you. Oh, that's right, Chase. That's right, Chase. Squeeze them out. Yeah, dude. I don't know. Like I tried to be. I tried to be. What was that thing? Get rid of that right there. Like before, so I bought. Move that over there. So you guys remember? So my studio was in a different house, right? And then I moved it to this house, and this house I was like, okay, I'm going to make this house a smart home, and watch out here, man. You see this supply right here? Like this is where you guys are getting fucked up last week. Last week when I was gone, I'm guaranteeing this is where you got burned. So. Like you come into this supply zone right here, where you see it on Bookmap, right? And they fool you again, right? Now, can we get above it? Hell yeah, we can. But this is not the place for you to put risk on, right? This is the place where you take the risk off, you let the algos do the work, and you jump on above. So you just hang tight here, watch this as it unfolds. Let the algos do its thing. Now, it might squeeze, but I can show you where it didn't, like 5 times last week. So this is the place to take. Like I would not be fucking long here. I wouldn't be short or long here, either one. You just let the algos do their thing, and as soon as you get the confirmation up or down, you jump back on board again. My house, this house, I was like, this house, I'm gonna read what everybody says. I did a big deep dive on it. They were like, don't make this smart, do make that smart, don't make this smart, do make that smart. So I took the prevailing wisdom. It still doesn't, that shit still doesn't work. It kind of works. I don't have the problems that the people said I wouldn't have with what I did make smart in this smart house. But then there's some things that don't work well, like the HVAC. I don't know though. Like So I want to say this too. It could be my kids, it could be my wife, could be me. They're going in there setting things, pre-programming things. I try to do so the heat and the AC where I live, they tell you don't have your electricity or gas on at these times, where you get charged like $1 bazillion. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put the heat on, put the air conditioning on, only certain times, and then I'll kind of superheat the house or super cool the house right before that period, that 3-hour period where I'm gonna get charged out my ass. So sometimes I'm like, well, this is too hot. I'm like, this is insane, or this is too cold. This is insane. Not realizing that it's gonna shut down for 3 hours afterwards. Or the ambient temperature is not that hot outside, so it super cools the house, or it's not too that cold outside. It's like the shoulder seasons. Another thing that I ran into was I was thinking about was I was watching what did I watch? Old Guys, a new comedy that came out on Netflix. I wasn't a fan of it. They made some good points. They were not well executed. As a matter of fact, I turned it off because I was like, I fucking mixed the mark on. It had a good premise, but it still missed the mark. So, you can nail this shit. A good way to describe this. Jordan Peele. How do I explain this? Jordan Peele, right? Is probably, to me, as good as Ridley Scott. That's saying a lot as a director. Ridley Scott was able to make. If you guys know anything about the movie Alien, he wrote those parts genderless. You didn't care if they're a man or a woman. You just put someone in the role. They didn't write the role to color of the skin, the gender, whatever the fuck they are. I don't care what they are. I don't know, backgrounds, doesn't matter. They just wrote a role and said, put whoever you want in it, doesn't matter. And they slammed Sigourney Weaver in that role. And they got away with, like what would be considered wokeness today with that movie. And you didn't see it, right? You just saw like kick-ass, powerful, regular person, hero's journey, all that kind of stuff. And Jordan Peele, I just watched. I never got around to watching. Was it Us? Never got to see it. I saw that this past week too, and I was fascinated by it because he does a very good job at spinning a story with all of these politics, and you don't realize it or see it. It doesn't like slam you in the face. He misses sometimes. There's key points in his movies where he's not 100% there, but he's a young director, kind of youngish. He didn't spend his entire life as a director, but he does a fantastic job of like Ridley Scott does. And this movie was it Old Guys or Old People? Yeah, they didn't do a good fucking job of it. They could have, but they didn't, so they fucked it up. But it got me thinking. So this is going back to the smart home. This is why I'm trying to interweave all this because of this thought that I had, which was it reminded me of Chris Rock. I actually met him. I went to a what is it called? Like a movie screening at Sundance, and I met Chris Rock. He was there. By the way, that guy is tall as fuck. He is tall as fuck, and he is way bigger than he looks. He's a big man. I know he's not skinny like he looks. He's not hugely muscular, but he's a big man, right? But he had this great stand-up, I think it was Chris Rock, had a great stand-up where he talked about when his family would leave, he would like draw the shades in the house, and he would open up the porn stash behind a wall, would turn around, he'd walk down a staircase, and he'd said something about one of us not getting out of here alive and all that kind of stuff. It's an old stand-up bit of his. I think it's him. But that movie that I watched, Old Guys, made me think of that. And this is going back to smart houses. Dude, you can't do anything in these smart houses without it being seen or heard. It's so creepy. Like you can't even jerk off. Like if you think your wife and kids or your husband and kids or your boyfriend or your girlfriend, whatever it is, I don't care what you're doing out there. If you get a smart home and you think that when they leave, like they can't track you or someone's not listening or watching, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, like my kids will just log in. So I've got Alexa. They can just log in anywhere in their fucking phones, anywhere, wherever they are. That doesn't have to be home. Just click and start listening anywhere in my house. Can you just imagine like someone like walking around trying to unplug this and unplug that and turn this off, turn the whole internet system off? So I'm like, how do you even like? I don't even know what to do these days. You get no privacy. If you're like a 13-year-old kid, you're totally fucked if you have a smart home. You have to like go around unplugging shit, like throwing towels over your TV. TVs are listening to you. Fucking thermostats watching you. And they were talking about this in the movie. Old Guys. There was a scene where they were recording people in a car, and their boss like got the recording, and then they got a recording of another worker at home, and the guy was like, I can get whatever I want. They sell all your data today. It's easy to get, and it was a joke, but there's some realness to it. Like there's no privacy in my house, even in the bedrooms. Like I've actually got speakers in the bathrooms too, so. One way or another, if you can listen to anything, and I've got cameras, and then that's bizarre. Yeah, I'll check DMs today if I can get around to it. Today, tomorrow. I got a backlog of crap I got to do. Oh yeah, so your wife overrides your smart HVAC all the time. I gave up on that battle. I'm just doing it right now. I just went to my smart. So this morning I turned my heat down to I think 55 or 60 degrees. And I have a little space heater in my office, and I turned that on this morning. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to turn the heat off in the house, keep it nice and cold. Wife and kids are away on vacation still. Keep the house kind of chilly. I got the cats are gone, the dogs are gone, everybody's gone. It's just me here alone. So, I mean, I'm alone. So I'm like, I don't need the heat that high. 50 degrees is fine for me. So I just have turn on a little space heater, and I can like hear the furnace just blasting. I can feel it. Get the space heater on. The house is now like 89 degrees, 90 degrees. I'm like, who the fuck changed the heating system? I need an yeah, I need a moderator for the thermostat in my house. That's some things that I don't do smart though. I don't do washing machine and dryer. Speed Queens, baby, all day long. I use an old Bosch. I have an old Bosch dishwasher, and my stove is like a commercial stove. Like it's a gas stove. I'm a gas guy no matter what. It ain't got no bells. Well, it's got like the center thing and all this cool shit, but it's old. It's very high end, but older. I bought it actually used to put it in. I bought. Matter of fact, I bought the dishwasher, the stove. In my refrigerator. And that's a whole nother story. It's like the dishwasher, the refrigerator, the stove, and the washer and dryer are all high end, very high end, but used and easy to repair. I'm not fucking doing it. Like I'm not doing. I don't need everything tied into my fucking network. I don't need like. I'm not having it. And all these repair guys say the same thing. So a little bit of reverse here doesn't mean we're going down, but keep an eye on it here. See if they can go back up and keep attacking that supply up top there. I don't jerk off, but if I have a moment, I don't get time to jerk off. I got like cats, dogs, wife, and kids at all times. So like whenever I'm alone though, like once a year, you know. It's just like that let me see if I can find that let's see if I can find that Chris Rock thing. Hold on, I'll get the Chris Rock thing for you. I don't know if you can find it anymore. It was a stand-up from like 2 decades ago. And of course, I didn't have kids then. And I thought it was hilarious. I was like, I too will be there one day. Okay. Yeah, AMD. Well, no, I was doing it like the Chris Rock did it. Chris Rock said something like Chris Rock said something like to the tune of like you're like my wife and kids are always home. I think he was talking about VCR tapes too. This is how old that stand up was. You can still dig it up. It's probably 20, 30 years old because I think he talked about VCR tapes. He might have been like, this one could have been even longer, 25, 30 years ago. I don't know. I'll try to find it. I'll try to dig it out and I'll post it. But he grabs his thingy and he like lowers the shades, grabs his thingy and he goes, one of us isn't getting out of here alive or something like that. And, you know, his thing was probably petrified. Okay, so let me do a couple of these. Let me do a couple more of these earnings expectations here. I don't see AMD reporting just yet. I don't see. I'll do AMD because by popular request, but hold on a second. HYG taking a breather, but it does have some more gappage to fill above at 72.60. Dixie getting straight sent to the dumpster fire right now. Apple rolling over right now. VIX in the dumpster. Dixie in the dumpster. TNX with a little bit of a bounce here. Yeah, be careful here. Or not be careful, but so this is AMD. Fucking used to love this ticker. AMD with a gorgeous bounce down here. Meh. It's a 30-minute chart on. It's a 30-minute chart on. On AMD. I'm not particularly bullish on AMD here. It's still in its channel, so let's look at AMD really quick, okay? You can see the sellers right up here, right? Buyers stepping in down here and just like raining down on you. Bam. Right there. If I was a seller, this would be natural to sell, right? Until it doesn't work. Until it's broke, don't fix it, right? It's a 30-minute chart right here. Daily velocity is okay. It's not great. It was good from back here. It was good back here. I guess you're wondering, is this the bottom? It hasn't been proven yet that this is bottom. This can easily turn around to the downside. Easily. Let me look at it on a one-day chart really quick and just see. I mean, that's a nice bounce. That's a nice bounce. Staying on trend. It's above the monthly. That's 92.86 down there. Can we tag that 92.86 again and rain on your day, your parade? Let me look here. You really need to regain. You really need to regain that weekly. You know, given that weekly up was not good. So this is AMD. You've got the half hour, the 5 minutes trying to come up right now. See that 5 minute coming up right there, that half hour. It's going to take some consolidation in here. You want to see that consolidation. And you want to see the 1 and 5 minutes and the half hour break above the 1 minute, the half hour, the 5 minute break above the hourly. Until that happens, I would say you don't have a trade here. Long. You've got no long trade here. You need price to. A second here. This is the consolidation zone in here. Sorry about that. You don't mess with this. So you want to see that 1 and 5. You want to see that half hour come up. And price hold here. I'll say. How about this? I'll say this. You can take a long here. Price cannot break 101.35. The daily is negative. The weekly is negative. This whole week here is still negative. Do I think you come up? Do I think you trade up here? I think you do. But if you break that 101, start getting closing bars under it, look out to the downside to that $98. Say 98. 92.86. Like, you start getting closing bars down here, that's it. See you later. There's that $93. There's question marks in AMD. Am I bullish on AMD? I'm bullish briefly. I'm not bullish on AMD unless it regains the daily trigger. It's required that it regains and holds. And that ain't going to be easy, so you're talking about even if you get up there, I don't think that you're gonna deal with that shit. But even let's say you do. Whatever squeeze that is, you better hope that hourly trigger starts to turn around and get up here with it. So it has to hold hourly trend. Yeah, you got trap buyers up here, tons of them. It's gonna be a lot of work in here, I think. You need a good report. UBS cuts. 45 from 150. That's not bad. You got a lot of work in here. Let's look back here. Can you get that full move there? Yeah, you might get that full move. Price target AMD 109.92. But man, dude, like price target 109.92, but I got to tell you something. Like it's not the 109.92 that bothers me. It's what happens after. Like, does it come back down and hold that daily trigger or not? That's going to be the big question mark. Price target 109.92. AMD. If you break 101, you're going to go down and see that $92. And there's going to be a lot of work down here. Matter of fact, you're going to probably get fucking demolished in here. It's going to be nasty. Kind of getting all funky. That looks like dog shit. I'll tell you what, you give this up, though. I'm going to warn you of something here. You give this up, right? You give up this hourly trigger here, and you're talking about go to the depths of hell, go to the depths of hell, go to the depths of hell, go to the depths of hell. You will see that same thing down there. So, cannot give up 101.38. We're trading $20 right now on VIX. AMD. It's like a mixed bag. It's like AMD, I'm bullish, but not bullish to where it's like it's sustainable. It can be. It just hasn't shown that it's sustainable. So I'll say that. October 31st. It's got good. It's tough. Man, if you're wondering, I'd say I'd set an alert at $93. If it hits 93, buy it. Yeah, I got it up in front of me right now. You guys want to see something cool? Go to Black Swan Street. We got one of my favorite earnings calendars. If you guys like earnings whispers, you're gonna love Black Swan. I don't know who they are, but you just put your email address in. They give you the earnings calendar. It's my favorite. It's my favorite simple one. Like I go to Yahoo for all the complicated stuff. Not complicated. All the numbers. I go to Yahoo, and then I go for what do I go for? I go to what do I go to? Where is it? Yeah, I go to stockanalysis.com for like in-depth stuff. I also use I hate Seeking Alpha, but I do use them for the company profiles. They do have an in-depth company profile. And then stockanalysis.com. But and I use options.ai for earnings expectations. But if you want an earnings calendar, check out Black Swan Street. Okay, so let's look at next. We looked at Spotify. We're going to look at Microsoft, Google, Visa, if we can get to it, and Snap. Those are Tuesday after the close. So I got to fly through these, okay? And I'm going to fly through these. What time is it right now? It's 12:05. Actually, give me a break. Let me take a break. I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break. When I get back, we're going to do a rapid fire session of Microsoft, Google, Visa, Snap, Boeing, ADP, Meta. If I can get to it, IBM and O'Reilly. If I can get to it, MasterCard, UPS, and Southwest and RCL. Maybe, and definitely Amazon and possibly Intel, maybe Ford. Dude, I got to make these things fast. I'm going to make them fast. How about this? I'll do them fast so that you can get a screenshot of all these tickers, and you can get yourself set up at home with a computer, not your fucking phone. Get a laptop or a desktop out. Take a screenshot of all these tickers as I go through and do them all for you, because it's going to probably take me an hour or two to do them. Oh, yeah, get that squeeze on, baby. Get that fucking squeeze on. Get that goddamn liquidity out of there. Take out all these goddamn sellers. Yeah, that's right. You guys were bearish as fuck this morning, weren't you? Let me check the... Give me a second here, too. I want to check something with you guys. Hold on. I need to check the gamma really quick. Hold on, guys. Hang tight with me, boys and girls. I got to check gamma really quick. I got to check today's gamma. Hold on a second here. Oh, yeah, squeeze these fucking dirtbags out of there. Old Cap's gone for a fucking week, and you guys are fucking dying on the vine, huh? Guys are all out there getting fucking. You guys get fucking destroyed. I knew you were. I was like, these guys are getting fucking destroyed. I was like, why is it, dude? And I told you guys about this fucking 2 months ago. But I'm like, it doesn't matter. There's always something crazy, some crazy ass shit going on. There's always something bananas going on. There's always some kind of there's always something bananas going on. Hold on here. Hold on a second here. Hold on 1 second here. Oh. We'll get rid of all that. Paste all that in there. Click OK. Let that stuff crank itself in. What do we got going on here? Aha. So your gamma flip 4340. God damn, you guys got wrecked. Okay, so what do we know right now about SPX? Let's go to 4249.75. You can start to squeeze above from there. So you need to get above this previous high here on Friday, okay? This is Friday at 2 p.m., okay? So you can squeeze your way higher. So see right here? This is where they want to sell you down, okay? See that? So I want you to look at the half an hour bar on SPY or ES, where they started to sell at, what was it? The half hour bar Friday at 2 p.m., okay? So if we go back to SPOOs, the gamma flip is Wednesday the 18th at 1:30 in the afternoon, okay? 1:30 in the afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe David AMS could chime in and talk about the importance of those times. So 1:30 and 2 in the afternoon, okay? And it's 12:10 right now. So think about that, right? 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they sold the market to the depths of hell. So let's say we trade this up into 1:32 p.m. and they try to pull the same trick on you. Again, right? So let's go to SPOOs. We got Friday, 2 p.m., Wednesday, 1:30. Dude, I don't know why the fuck. Let's take a look at SPY. Right here. So watch my cursor. Watch my cursor. I feel bad. I'm like stealing what did I say? 1:30 on Friday? Right there. Okay, so do not fuck around in that red box. Do you understand me? Like, don't fuck around in here. But if you get above right here, that Friday bar, you're going to trade the next Wednesday bar, okay? Previous Wednesday bar, so that's yellow. Make that yellow right there. And Wednesday's bar. Wednesday, 2 p.m. Right there. That's Wednesday. This right here. Remember, time's going to matter, right? 1:30 is going to matter. 2 p.m. is going to matter. If they decide to send it up, you'll trade Wednesday's 2 p.m. sell. Friday, 2 p.m. sell. Or 1:30 sell. 1:30 half hour bar. Wednesday, 2 p.m. That's right here. And right up there. Now, if we park it in here, they can sell you right here too, right? So let's see what happens here. What do you want? What do you need to see here? You get them trying to sell you down here, right? Trying to sell you down here, tell you no, you shall not pass. And what does price need? It needs help. It needs help from the 5 minute. It needs help from the 30 minute, and it needs to check to see that the buyers are still there, right? So we likely roll down there. Not guaranteed, but high chance we get down here and need some help to get up there, right? You need to find out if the buyers are actually here or not. So if you're looking for a long, you're either looking for a cross of this white line, this red line, and this gray line, or I would expect a pullback down to that 421.18, 421.71, just as a check to make sure that this is where we're going. These buyers are real. They ain't faking. Was Black Monday trending? Hold up, was Black Monday was trending? Was it really trending? Ooh, let's see what I am. Hold on. What did he say? Individual income percentiles by age. Age right here. Ooh. Wow. Not bad, not bad. I'm above average. All right. So coming back down to check both this 30-minute and 5-minute trigger. You want to make sure that the buyers are still here. I'll find out here shortly. Little roll here in HYG. VIX still not bottoming. Dixie's still looking weak. TNX bouncing off its 129 EMA and a 15-minute chart right here. No. Sound's not off. I'm just quiet. I got a bunch of crap I got going on in the background. Okay. All right, so give me 15 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back, and we're going to chart out the rest of these tickers for you. And I'll be back with you in just 15 minutes. I'm going to put on the squawker for you while I'm gone here, too. Slap that guy on. Oh, they're going to squeeze you out. We're not done going up. They're just going to grind through all those fucking stupid fucks. I'll be honest with you. You're going to get squeezed out. Remember, I said to you, right? They're going to check this to make sure the buyers are still here on this half-hour and 5-minute trigger. Those buyers are still there. You're going to get squeezed out pretty nicely to that yellow box right there. You keep your eye on that yellow box up there, okay? That's your first target right there. That's where your first gamma wall is above. Watch that yellow box up there. You watch. You're going to get squeezed out here. Guarantee it. Later. I'll be right back. 15 minutes. You already scalped. Good job. Now, that yellow box, you can likely sell the fuck out of that yellow box. I would sell that yellow box. That's a good short up there, that yellow box. The yellow box is a good short. Like that yellow box that I've got right there, that fucking thing is likely a really good, you just get that, you just grind up into this and then sell the fuck out of that right there. And if it goes against you, put a stop above it. But somewhere right up in this yellow box, you jump on that fucking thing if you want to short it. It's a good place to short. Give me 15 minutes. I heard you, Beartown Sheriff.
So oil futures extend their losses with US crude down by $2 a barrel now. That's at around $85.98.
Check 1, 2, Mike. All right. Just grinding up. Just grind them out. Oh, there they go right there. Just take them out. Kick them out. Goes on. David AMS, you out there watching this? I'm going to go in there and squeeze them out, brother. And go out there and grind those little pesky sellers out. Just go out there and grind them out. Put that pain trade on. Pain trade on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Tom Lee's your daddy. That guy right there. Over there. Wait a minute. Right there. The bane of the bears. Oh. I like what we're doing right now. We didn't have an immediate rejection off the hourly trigger. That's always good to see. Now, it's giving time. We went back and checked the 5. We know there's buyers here in the 5. We've got a 2 trigger cluster happening right now. I got a 1 minute and 1 hour cross. We talk about how you need the help if the buyers or sellers, doesn't matter if it's buyers or sellers, if they're still here, kind of need that. It's a 3 trigger cluster. Once that 5 minute gets up there, 3 trigger. And if that half hour comes up here, it can be a great intraday boost for like a 3.5 trigger cluster. Now that doesn't mean that it's, buck wild. It just means we've got supply. As we grind up into that supply, do I expect a reversal or something like that? Yeah, it's possible. Now, or it could keep squeezing. If it keeps squeezing, I still expect a pullback. I do expect that daily trigger to be some pretty decent. I expect this one to be decent rejection. And, this is where the big squeeze is up here. But I fully think that any squeeze up here gets sold, or even if it goes up here, it's still going to do this kind of nonsense in here at minimum, if not just blast straight back down. So, oh yeah, oh. Oh yeah. Oh. Ooh. Yeah.
So your stocks extending their gains now. That's the Nasdaq up by 1%.
Oh yeah.
S&P's up by 0.6%.
Oh. Let's see. Ease it in. You feel that? Yeah, I feel that. That's right. Ease it in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll move that one over for you next. I don't know. Crayon boxes or something. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. What's that? Is that a baby arm or something? What is that? Big old baby arm? Seek and destroy? Shitting on the Doomers parade on a Monday. Y'all were fucking talking about Black fucking Monday all weekend. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. You all were fucking bared up. You're all fucking stuck on Twitter. Yeah, I'm in a lot of position right now. Oh yeah, watch that. See that up there? Slap that last little stop up there. Psh. Smack that little stop out. Slap it. Slap it like a bad little stop. Yeah, I got bears sweating now. Bulls panicking. Pissing off the bulls. Ooh. 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 Well, then he drew it out in the yellow box. Ooh. All right, knock that little one out right there. Let's see what's going on. We got the yellow box. Now, this is the time where I would normally tell you there's a lot of squeeze potential here. There is. It ain't going to be easy. I assure you.
That's the S&P quickly extending gains to around.
I'm
spot
warning you. If you're in
8% now.
calls right now,
And
you
dollar
take the
extending
money and
losses as
run.
well. Dipping
Like,
down spot 5%.
hold on a second here. You got the first cross right now of the 1 minute trigger. 5 minute trigger is coming up here in just a few moments. That could ram it home a little bit more, but hold on a second here.
That's also keeping in mind Bitcoin as well, remaining above $31,000.
Oh, Bitcoin, huh? 30,000. Ooh.
So last up around 4.23%
No.
at around 31,272.
Really? Above 30,000. Now, I want to point out something to you. Hear that guy speaking in the background? That guy, if we're at a top or a bottom, will come on and say things like, I don't know, S&P 500 has given up 1% today, 3% today. It's not what we gave up. It's it's not like a 0.5% or 3%. That news squawker comes on with the implied upside target. So we can run higher. But if you have that news squawk at home, pay attention to when he comes on and says something like, S&P 500 is extending gains right now, or S&P 500 is, I don't know, downside move just hit 1.3%. He's telling you that we're at a point of resistance or a point of support. Now we can keep going down or keep going up, but if you listen to the news squawker at home, and let's say the market's going down one day, and the news squawker is quiet all day long, and then you hear the news squawker come on and say, hey, we just hit 2.3%. He's telling you that because he knows that's a likely point of resistance or support. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Also noting the dollar yen at a session low, last down around 0.14% at 149.67.
Dude, I fucking look so fat on TV. That shit adds like fucking 30 pounds. Now, you want to watch this here. Okay, so we had our first target over here, right? Don't pay attention to this line right here, okay? This yellow line that you see right here. So I'll follow my cursor. See that yellow line right there? Don't pay attention to it. That yellow line is for me to pay attention to in case we get the roll up here and we hit the monthly trigger on the downside. So this is not anything part of. It's just a like a I don't know what you call it, but it's just like, think of it like a pencil mark that I'm just writing to say, hey, we are in a downtrend, and our next downside target is likely the monthly trigger. And if they're going to send it down, they're going to send it down on the hourly trigger or the daily trigger, okay? And hourly trend on 30 minute, which is like follow for this specific stuff. Whether I'm day trading, weekly trading, swing trading, like the 1 minute, the 1 minute velocity is good for like directional trades to an extent, but the 30 is what you want to watch. For like the general direction of the market. Now, remember we said we're going to come back and check this 5 minute trigger back here, right? We're coming back to check that 1 minute trigger right now. And we're going to wait for this crosshair on that hour trigger and see if it can pick itself up and keep going. You're going to get the boost here. We can stay on this 1 minute trigger right here and hold it. We can get the cross in the 5 minute and make it a nice more squeeze up. Now, if that half hour trigger crosses, right, and it holds, you've got 1, 2, 3 and a half, 3.5 trigger cluster. We'll see if we can squeeze this bad boy up to the red box up here. That's 430.58. I don't think we get it, but I'm looking right now at. Now, if you're following along in your office or at home or wherever it is you are out there, open up SPY right now, okay? And open up an options chain right now for SPY. And they're claiming, or dealers are claiming, hey, we're not going up there. So, the 430s aren't even registering. They're zero. They're worth zero right now. So there is some thought here for you of some consolidation in here rather than a big squeeze. So if I'm looking at this right, if I'm looking at this, I would tell you that after this big squeeze we just had, I would say, well, there's a chance of a major squeeze, right? Like straight north. We just trade 430 like it's nobody's business. And that sounds crazy to you. Probably like, nope, there ain't no way that's happening in today, Cap. And I don't think that it is either. So we're above the hourly trigger right now, right? We have another resistance point to the upside. It's 424.99. This is R1. Dealers are saying, yeah, that's possible. Now, we could go all the way up there today, believe it. I know you guys are like, there ain't no way we're going up there. I don't think we are either. But this doesn't seem too irrational. And you can actually already see, I'm going to focus on this right here. And you can see where this little top is right here corresponds with its previous high right here. To take this one out over here, you look up here to the right. Let me see if I can clear all that out. I'll make it white. So let's just look at this one right here, right? We just took that. We didn't take it, actually. We need to take it. So if you're a bull, you need to get above R1 to get rid of this one, to then take out this one right here. Make sense? So you got to get above R1. If you can't get above R1, you can't get above it, right? You're not going to take this one out up here. This one back over here. Make sense? This is Friday. Over here, this is at Friday at 9:49 in the morning. But you need this as a bull or a buyer. You need to get above there, so you can take that out or get above this. Even if it pulls back to take that out, just put it that way. Get up here, right? Take that first one, come back down, hit the hourly, and then maybe get back up there and take this bad boy out right here. So, I don't know if that's going to happen today. And the reason I'm saying that is because you need some strength, right? So, but you got some key points here. I want to show you something here, okay? It's important. Remember what I said earlier about the hourly trigger and how and back in time as we came into this hourly trigger, as we squoze above, you never saw the green trigger, the hourly trigger, turn around. You do see it here turning around. I want you to see it. So right there, the green hourly is turning around. You see it? You have an up bar on the hourly trigger. That is extremely bullish. Now, not completely bullish. What I'd really like to see is some kind of a pullback or consolidation, either a pullback and then a consolidation to get that upside move to then begin to take out that Wednesday half-hour bar at 2 p.m. Keep your eyes on it. This is the first. If you see that turn up on that hourly trigger right there, you see that. See how they're staircasing down, green, staircasing down, staircasing down. This is your first one that's staircasing up. Now the hour hasn't closed yet. See that turn right there? See how it's blasting down? The hour has not closed yet, right? The hour closes at 1:30. Okay? So we don't want to see a close below 429.90 or 422, sorry. 422.97. We don't want to see a close below that bar. We want to keep that green bar up. And why? I'm going to show it to you right now why. Because they're fucking selling off this, selling off that half hour, right? And they sold off the hour up here. See how there was no staircase up ever on the green? Down staircase, down staircase, down staircase. Shoots up, straight back down. So there is a turn showing itself here. No, it hasn't shown, it hasn't been proven yet. So you got the first turn here, right? So right now, this hour bar is going up. This hour needs to hold. You understand what I'm saying? That hour can hold. We should jump up there and trade that R1 that sets up the Friday high to take out. So we'll pay attention to this and see what happens. Personally, I'd really like to buy like just a quick liquidation breakdown, get back up here, and then take that R1 out up there. I don't know if we'll get it. We might hold on to this 5-minute trigger and this hourly trigger. We'll keep watching it, see if it consolidates. Comes back down, just bounces around here. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start working on, I'm going to read off some stuff to you guys. And then we'll go and we'll start charting this stuff out, okay? So I talked about Spotify. I'm going to read off some other tickers to you, okay? Bernstein is upgrading Spirit Aero Systems to outperform the market perform. Bernstein said it's bullish on the company's turnaround opportunities. Look up Spirit Aero Systems. Also, look up Evercore ISI. Adds a tactical outperform on ROKU. Evercore says it sees an attractive entry point for the stock, so ROKU. Quote, we are adding ROKU to our tactical outperform list. It's a near-term up to 6-month trading call at $60 per share. We see a reasonably attractive entry point in this macro stock. Citi, you know those guys, adds a negative catalyst watch on Okta, OKTA. Quote, following the most recent security incident at Okta, we are concerned with the risk of new pipeline and biz development activity against these hard-to-ignore headlines. Citi also downgrades Diamondback Energy to neutral from buy. HSBC initiates Marriott as a buy. Bank of America, B of A, downgrades Alcoa to neutral from buy. And I think that's the first. I think Alcoa had some really good. I got another screener that says Alcoa is a buy across the board. But B of A just said no to that. Evercore ISI, same group, says upgrades Edison to outperform from market perform. Piper Sandler downgrades Salesforce to neutral from overweight. Wells Fargo downgrades Regions Financial to equal weight from overweight. Stifel upgrades Pinterest to buy from hold. William Blair initiates Celsius Holdings as outperform.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
UBS upgrades Waste Management and Republic Services to buy from neutral. So check out those. We're going to try to chart those out for you if we can. Specifically Waste Management. I think we said that earlier. B of A reiterates Amazon as a buy. Evercore reiterates Meta as outperform. So there's two big ass tickers for you. They're telling you to buy them. JPM Morgan upgrades Walgreens to overweight from neutral. Moffett Nathanson initiates Instacart as a neutral. Stevens upgrades UTZ to overweight from equal. Morgan Stanley reiterates Apple as overweight. They're saying Apple, nah. But they're definitely saying to take a peek at Meta Amazon, UBS upgrades Waste Management and Republic Services to buy from neutral. So those two more to add to your group. Pinterest. What else we got in there? Marriott's in that group. Short the fuck out of Okta. And Roku. Tactical
101 counterparties.
And I would also look at tickers that are
$1.158 trillion at the Federal Reserve Corporation.
I would also look at tickers that are like Paramount and
This stream
companies
is
like
sponsored
that.
by TickStrike.
I like Paramount.
TickStrike
I
allows
like
you
them more as
to
an
actually
M&A.
hear order flowing futures, forex, and
springtime.
stock instruments.
Every year I like them as
Get
an
a
M&A
free trial
candidate.
at tickstrike.com.
Spotify is in that group as well as a buy. Barclays initiates coverage of Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing with an overweight rating, citing some early signs of an end market recovery and expectations for improving revenues in 2024. Quote, we expect trends to start showing some signs of improvement from here, and valuation looks undemanding, wrote analyst Simon Coles in a Monday note. Quote, longer term, we expect TSMC to continue to dominate leading-edge production despite increasing competition. Shares of the Taiwan-based semiconductor and supplier for major chip makers such as NVIDIA, excuse me, and AMD have benefited from 2023's excitement around artificial AI and the rotation back into growth. The stock surged nearly 23% year to date. Coles views Taiwan Semiconductor's new performance improving nodes as a potential major short-term tailwind for the stock that could fuel demand for advanced chips. Competitors are targeting to overtake TSMC, but we do not see a material risk to TSMC's leadership position, as it should continue to offer the highest transistor density to foundry customers until at least 2025 on our estimates, he said. Barclays placed a 105 price target on TSMC. I'm also going to talk to you about Apple really quick. Wall Street is weighing in on the latest iPhone delivery data, showing some moderation in lead times versus last year's model. Blah, 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 blah. Let me see. They're expecting results to come in line with expectations to accommodate a weaker consumer spending backdrop. Quote, however, in our opinion, rev and EPS estimates, which declined earlier this year, have likely bottomed out. We do not expect further major negative revisions, barring a major recession. So, i.e., they're telling you, as long as the market doesn't crash, buy fucking Apple. Which we already know, right? What else we got here? Microsoft could act as a defensive stock if the U.S. enters a mild recession next year, according to UBS analyst Carl Kierstead. Come back down now to check the hourly trigger, starting to break down below it. You heard me tell you earlier that I was hoping for some kind of a retest of the hourly trigger and possibly even that half-hour trigger. We'll see if we can get that blast down there and start to make our way higher. We want to grab that R1 by close, so we're going to look for an entry over here. We don't want to do is see a cross. So I'm going to try to chart this out for you. What I don't want to see is this right here. Don't want to see that kind of a price action move right here. These lines specifically, I don't want to see these lines cross. I don't mind if we go down there. It's like I don't mind if there's the red candles. I don't want the lines to cross, okay? Big difference here, right? What I don't want to see is I don't want to see this move up and this move down with the lines crossing right here. I'm saying like that. I don't mind the bloodbath because I'd like to buy that bloodbath. You know what I'm saying? So don't get caught in here as a seller yet. I'm looking for that line cross right here.
So
Wanna see
CAN TV,
buyers step in
announces
still
a
there.
number of hostages held in Gaza are to be released soon.
So Microsoft is getting a pick here as a. I'm not going to go through all the Microsoft stuff right now, but Microsoft is another good one, right? The only thing about Microsoft is I'm not going to go through all of Microsoft here, but keep your eyes on Microsoft as maybe if you want that. You know, like I'm over there trying to buy Tyson Foods on a bloodbath, right? Or and I'm looking for like 5-10 years. If you're looking for like that 1 year, as long as the market doesn't crash, kind of a thing, look at Microsoft as a leader into next year, and so at least a 1 year hold on it. We'll look at We're gonna chart Microsoft right now and see what it's saying. So give me a quick second here. We're gonna roll over to the. We're gonna do Microsoft next. I think they're on what, Tuesday, I think, right? So. A Tuesday at the bell. So we're gonna take a look at Microsoft next. And let's see what they're talking about here on Microsoft. Yeah, this does talk about, it's weird. I'm reading this story right now about Microsoft, and I'm like, these analysts are putting out statements saying that they don't believe for a second that Microsoft is going to, or that that rates will still be flat, or 2 more rate increases and then flat into the end of December 2024. So these people are smarter than you and I, right? They say, no, this isn't going to be the case. They're not buying it. So let's take a look real quick at, as a matter of fact, I'm going to give you guys a number here. 421.52. Keep your eye on that one right there. In case it's a quick bloodbath straight down to the depths of hell. But I'm looking for a quick the tweezer reversal. If we can get that tweezer reversal up there, I'd be happy. If not, we don't get the tweezer reversal. If it fails right here, and then we start to get the reversal candle, I'll take a short right there if that's the case. And let me do Microsoft really quick. Seems like it's the most promising one. Let's take a look at Microsoft. On a daily chart here. It's a gorgeous ticker. Look at it. Fucking baller. Yeah, just came down here beautifully. Bam. Nice old bounce down here. Its monthly trigger is still trading higher. Came down here, bought it like nobody's business. Came down here, bought it like nobody's business. Bought it again. Demand, more demand. It's got a nice, beautiful green candle on it right now. You see it? Look at how sexy that thing is. Look at it. Look how fucking sexy that day candle is. The thing just wants to rip some faces off. Let's look at it. It just wants to murder. This is a daily chart right now. It also has really good weekly on it. Really good, not really good, decent monthly. These are 2 major ones for long term. Into December, I'm going to go with a call for Microsoft to be much higher into December 31st. I think this is a good candidate for end of year Christmas Santa rally. If you're trying to get your stocking going, I'm going to say this to you. This was today, right? This was actually today, Monday. There's your Santa rally right there. Santa rally buy this morning. on Microsoft. If you jump on board that boat, right, you just can't break below that 326.63. Or if you do, look for that 318.10. So what I'm going to say to you is look for a dip buy on this one. And they report on Tuesday. So if you're given any kind of an entry at 328.60, I'd be setting an alert down here. Big fat buy down here. $326.63. And if they have some kind of miss or something on Tuesday, I'd be trying to buy that. So if you're like, I'm still panicking, Cap, I still think we're gonna get the market crash, just set an alert at 318.10. And if outside of market conditions, you get that chance to buy that bad boy down there, that sweet bad boy down there, I'd be interested in taking it. Now, of course, you got to make sure that, if VIX is trading fucking 30 and it's bouncing down here, that's a good place to buy, right? And if it looks like rates are topping out at 5 or 6, being told no, go fuck a stick or something like that, and it's a nice buy down here. This is a gorgeous buy down here this morning. So you have the benefit of an ER on Tuesday close that you could possibly get a sweet deal, right? So if you're not already in Microsoft, keep an eye down there in that 318.10. As long as they don't go crazy and say, unless their ER is like absolute, like if their ER is bad, but not, hey, we're fucked in 2024, you buy that after hours. If that ER is not absolutely terrible. Another quick point about Microsoft I want to make, Binky, if you're out there, keep track of this one. This could be like an AMD kind of a setup, right? You're like, hey, everything is great for Microsoft into their ER, and everything looks honky dory. And then they give you some bullshit. They don't remember it was AMD, I think. They didn't do the AI in their ER, so the shorts went out. Right, we blasted down to the depths of hell, and then like 3 days later, they made that bullshit announcement, and they just ripped faces off. You guys remember that? I don't know if you do or not, but so just keep your eyes out on Microsoft between today and tomorrow at that 318.10. I don't think you get there tomorrow, like today and tomorrow, but I do think you get down to 328.60 is possible today. 328.60, and if that holds into their ER and they get a good report, you're going to go long that. And if they get a bad report, but it's a bullshit bad report, like the AMD bullshit, it's just nothing saucy, look for that dip buy to grab that ticker for Christmas Santa rally. So Microsoft is going to be my contender for a Santa rally stock pick. Now, that won't pay out until fucking December 31st, more than likely. But that ticker right there, Microsoft, is the way to go. I'm gonna write this down. I don't know if I'm gonna write it in, but put it down here. 318.10. I know you're like, this can't happen, but it does, right? Just like Tesla can't happen. Just some bullshit news 3-4 days later. Woo, that's the move that comes out. And that's your dip buy. Now, this does bar market conditions. If we start to sell off, or we have your Black Monday on Tuesday or some shit like that, now this would also put the S&P 500 down at that 408, 410, something like that, where you'd be able to grab that buy as well. So if you see that rejection, that push down, keep this one in mind. Microsoft, I am bullish on it. I'm bullish at 328.60 and 318.10. And I don't think either are going to matter. So if you put a spread on this, I don't think it's really going to fucking matter. You're going to get a Christmas stock in full. Keep an eye on this one. This is not quite Netflix. Like the whole, I hope it sells into their ER and then you can take it long. Not so much. People are fucking rabid about Microsoft, right? Microsoft's like it's like Amazon. It's their people's baby. Unlike Netflix. But if you can get that in there, just put an alert. If you make 100 of these alerts, one or two might hit, right? So you don't need all of them to hit. You don't need to be tied to any stock out there. Matter of fact, I put that down there, but it's more like right there. Or like if either of these two green boxes right here hit without crazy news, right? Here, I'll do this one for you here. Let's move this over. Hold on a second here. You get a chance to buy Microsoft. Any of this action down here. Be buy. All right, so we got Microsoft out of the way. If you want me to tell you what the targets for, let's see, targets for MSFT. A second here. Their next October 27th, the next expiry, 3.8% move expected. 319.25 is that downside move. So if you get that, you get like the dealers are like, nope, sorry, we're not paying that. Or let's say they trade up to their upside intended move. Let's say they tag 344.25. Hold on here. $344.24. Take the money and run. Take the money and run up here. If it just goes there, so if Microsoft actually goes there on their ER, still look for that dip buy down below here, believe it or not. I know that sounds crazy, but still looking that dip buy down there. So boom, boom, or come straight down. Whoop, look for it there too. So you probably have a dip buy down there at some point. Microsoft, baby. Target into ER on a good ER, 344 and some change. Well, that sounds right. And dude, I'll tell you what, you get that 344, right? You get that 344. Whoop. You beat that previous high. That means you're going to be right back down there with that hourly trigger. I guess I said if they get a good ER, look to get back in at 335. I said lower, but probably 335, maybe 327, and jump back in on that ticker. Bullish. Microsoft. Very bullish Microsoft. Oh, what's happening now on Spoos? What's going on, Spoos? Let's look at SPY really quick. Let's go to the 1 minute on SPY. See what it's doing. It's holding its hourly trigger right now. It's 134. 130. Right there. Holding on to its hourly trigger. Good to see. You want to see all this action here. This is all positive. Okay, so that's Microsoft. You did Microsoft, right? What else are we going to do? What else do we say we're going to do at least today to get these knocked out? We got Microsoft done. We got Spotify done. We're going to do Google and Visa and try to get Waste Management in, Snap. See what else we can get in for tomorrow, and then we'll make our way forward. We got Verizon too, but oh, look at that squeeze, baby. Catching them bears. Catching them bears are panicky now. Okay, so we'll do let's do Google next. You guys know that you guys want to hear something cool? I only think about this when I think about Google. I don't know why Google brings it up for me, but when I use the terms symbol and ticker, right? I know it's people say sometimes I'll say ticker symbol. You really want to differentiate between or not. Maybe I guess ticker symbol is the same, but always think about like company names or companies are not the same as ticker symbols, right? There are more ticker symbols than there are companies, right? And not just because of like things like the yield or HYG or whatever the fuck is all it's VIX and all that shit that's out there, but ETFs, ETNs, but specifically because there's companies have more than one ticker symbol, don't they? We're gonna look at Goog. Dude, look at Goog, just fucking crushing it. I could have told you that this morning. Look at that Goog, just ripping faces off above its hourly trigger. Look for a pullback on Google. Hopefully it gets a pullback down to 137. But it's on a tear here. It wants to go. It wants to blast off. It wants to take out. Hold on a second. We're gonna do Google next. So here's Goog, man. Look at Google. Just straight beast mode. It's a 1 minute trigger. It's grinding through this stuff here. It wants to squeeze up here, take out 139.81, 140.64. All this shit back here. Let's go to a 30-minute trigger on it. You know what? I am bearish on the Goog. Ish. I'm bearish-ish. I'm bearish on Goog. Huh. Okay. Let's see how bearish I am. So Goog reports tomorrow. So this one I'm bearish on. I'm going to go with Google going up into their ER tomorrow, taking out at least, I think this here, 140 maybe. Possible extension. This 142, but I think it fails. I think Goog fails. Goddamn. Calling it 126.49 on Goog on a failure. Yeah. I'm going with Google taking a fucking nosedive. 126.49. Oh, that sounds crazy, but something like this right here. Tuesday. I'm bearish on Google. I didn't think I would be, but I am. Let me check it on a daily trigger here. Yeah, or it sells off. I want to see this right here. It could, even if it goes up, it should sell off. So I'm kind of bearish on Google if it has a good report. If it has a good report, it's still sell the news. So if you are sell any good news on Google, regardless. I'm pretty fucking bearish on it right now. I'm not like super bearish, but I'm bearish on their ER. Let me see if I can. I don't know. I'm not. I'm still, even if it's good, it's sell the fucking news. Google on good news looks like a hit and run. That target above would be 150. But even so, I'm gonna go with bearish on Google. Like overall bearish. So either short the fuck out of 150 again, but more than likely going to be short in like 140. I bet they come in line with nothing extra special. Target on Google 126.49, and man, why? I don't know. It's looking like fucking Amazon. Like you buy the dips, you sell the rips. But I wouldn't expect anything. I wouldn't expect any wow out of Google. Watch me be wrong in this one. And this one, I'm like, watch me be wow on, but no excitement. I don't see anything set up here that's like that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this shit down here. I'm looking for all that kind of shit down here, like wham wham, fucking bumpy road, trying to get above, trying to cross above, buy the fuck out of Google. This looks like they already bought it, right? Wrote it all the way up, and it's more like, yeah, if there's a good report, goes up here, take money, come back down, buy it again. Just follow that trend. And I'm gonna bet too that they are that this is not dispersion, or this is dispersion. This is not consolidating for more moves higher. Kind of bearish. Like long in the tooth, needs to be sold down at some point. So set an alert on your at home at 127, and maybe slightly higher. 1 week, 2 weeks, yeah, 127. It might maybe even 113, 114. 113, 114 possibly. It might not happen, but just keep your eyes out, because if Google does sell off, that would be a good buy, right? If we can get Google down here, that would be a nice buy down here, that 113.17. Not necessarily anti-Goog, just it's not wowing me. It's this kind of fucking ticker where you buy some calls and then, or even spreads, and they just get sold. Let me check let me check some stuff on them really quick. Downside target's 132. Yeah, they could be a upside target's 144.42. So even the options market is kind of like fuck you. Even the option market's saying upside move 144.47, downside move 132.32. I'm gonna bet that Google has they meet expectations, right? But they have nothing to wow. So I'm betting that like it's good, yeah, it's great. You're gonna have a good ER, but it immediately sells down. So I'm not a buyer. I wouldn't be a buyer here on Google. I'd be looking for that pullback down to 120, 130. Let's call it 130, 125, somewhere in there. I don't see any wow on Google. Even the options market doesn't either. It's like Amazon. I wouldn't get the put hedge now. It's I don't think it's like crashing or anything like that. I just, like Amazon is the kind of stock, it's not as much as it used to be, but there was a time when Amazon, you buy it when it's low, you sell it when it's high, and it just kind of traded sideways, right? So I'm not like crash Google or anything like that. I'm more like, yeah, you buy the dip on Google down here, buy the dip here, you buy the dip here, and then you're just looking for a fucking payoff. So you got two targets for it. You got 144.43. Somewhere in there. If you own the underlying, if you buy and sell Google, I'd stay long it, try to get that payout, and then re-enter again down there. I guess that's how I want to maybe I rephrase that. It doesn't have like the same. It doesn't have the same. Like Microsoft is like, hey, I want to fuck for like a year. I was looking at the daily on both Microsoft and Google, and they look different. Microsoft is like, hey, I want to party for a year, and we could probably party till Christmas. Google is more like, yeah, buy us when it's cheap and sell us every time we rip. So I would expect they have a good ER, and you're likely to be able to take some profit. And I'd look for another dip buy on it, but I wouldn't expect it to be like, hey, I can fucking stay long this thing and it's going to outperform for like a full year and a half. It might probably just grind sideways and up if we don't get that recession. Let's look at SPY, but go back to SPY really quick and just see what it's doing. And what is it doing? It's consolidating now, right? SPOO's just sitting here consolidating. This is all good. Like to see it. It's grinding sideways. Holding onto its hourly trigger. That's all you want to see. You don't want to see it get lost. Buying time for bulls. Half-hour trigger's making its way up here. Expect an up day into tomorrow. If this can hold here, if it can hold, and this half-hour trigger can come up, expect an up day tomorrow. It's early right now. It's 1:47 in the afternoon. If you can get good positioning for tomorrow instead of some zero dates, looking at one-date calls for tomorrow. Don't even fucking bother with Friday calls. No goddamn point. I bought some last week. There's no goddamn point. There's no goddamn point. They swing it fucking low and you end up burning down fucking couple bucks instead of just 20, 30 cents. Yeah, I'm still sending them out. So I was traveling. So I was traveling early last week, and I was traveling into this morning and couldn't get to them this morning. So, but normally you have them every day. I apologize for not getting them out today. I got into town this morning at, I think, 3 or 4 o'clock. I got home this morning at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And my wife and kids are gone. And so it's more, you get them every day. It's like 249 days. So we're just traveling. It was a problem getting it out this morning. Not enough time in the day. I don't think you need the put hedge. I think it's more like, I'm not looking for it to crash. I'm not looking for like a Tesla in any way, shape, or form. Let me look at something on Google really quick. I'll check one more thing on Google. Yeah, and you'll be, from what I can see on Google, not too much craziness. Although I'll say if it's going down, it tends to go down. If it's going up, it tends to go up. So, oh, fuck yeah, squeeze them out of there. Grind all those goddamn shorts out. Let me look at it again. I'm on Google here, right? Yep. You know, Google seems to stay on trend, and its trend is sideways. So I'm going to expect Google to stay on trend sideways. So look for a dip to buy. Look for some top sticks and profit. Go back to look to buy dips again. All right, next one. Hold on here. Let's take a look what else we got here. We're going to look at Meta. So we're going to get this one out of the way as well. Oh, no, not Meta. We're not going to get there yet. We're going to do Visa and Waste Management and Snap. I did Spotify already. So we're going to do Visa. And I wanted to talk about Visa because I own Visa. We did Spotify this morning, Microsoft, Google. We're going to do Visa, Waste Management, Snap. Those are all tomorrow as well at the close. If we can get to it, we'll do Verizon. I'm looking to take the money off the table on fucking Verizon. I'll be honest with you. And then like revisiting it in the fucking spring or something. But we're going to look at Visa really quick because I do own that too. And let's take a look at Visa. And I'm a little concerned with Visa. This is one of the ones where I'm like, yeah, come back in the springtime. Its positioning is short on it. And I'm looking to exit Visa as well. I've been pondering it, getting out of Visa until springtime. I don't know if I should. And I want to show you this here in Visa too. Like, let's just look at Visa here. Here's the previous high. They'd already retested it right now. And there's something going on in the background. I want you to see this specifically. Is you can see Visa is being, even though price is higher, you can see that monthly, and that there's a little bit of accumulation. It's quarterly, but that monthly, man, they're just, even though price isn't showing it, weekly is showing kind of weak here. I'm going to expect something bad to happen to Visa. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is, but I'm expecting something bad to happen to Visa. It's not quite really negative at this point, but on a daily time frame, there's something going on under the hood that I don't know about. So expect some bad news from Visa, okay? Now, do I think it's on their ER? Not necessarily. Their daily trigger is saying look for a dip to buy for their earnings. So I'm going to expect them to have a decent earning, but to sell. So I'm looking for, yeah, dude, I'm going to say expect Visa to have like, I could get that squeeze up and then it just starts blasting down. Yeah, right over there. Yep. Visa, man. Not bullish. Don't like it. As a matter of fact, look for a short on it, like a long-term short on it, if there's a good ER on Visa. And I'd pay attention to this one because if they're like, I would pay attention to this one because, I'm expecting to have a good ER, but I want you to pay attention closely to the report because it could be short-lived. And I'm expecting a lot of down from them, like big moves to the downside. I'm bearish Visa. If you're not bearish Visa, let me know. I'm going to be looking to exit Visa tomorrow. So if we can get any kind of good news, I'm going to try to exit it. Yeah, this is all neutral here. Short positioning on it. I think Visa goes down. Hey, Nino, take it easy, man. Oh, yeah, baby. Mountain biking. I got a date today with a trail run today. It's going to suck. I'm touching my knees right now. Visa, kind of bearish on it. Waste management. Good things supposedly coming for waste management. I like this. I've always liked waste management. I used to trade this tick, or I used to own it. Let's look at the straight fucking beast mode. Look at it. Look for a dip buy. 124.51. I like this ticker, but I like it like this right here. I like that snatch down there. March, January, February, March, November. Yeah. This ticker right here, I'm expecting a sell-off on this ticker too. Now, everyone's saying buy this one. I'm saying don't. I'm bearish on this ticker. You got weekly coming down. You got a cross of the daily trigger. You're parked in the monthly. The buyers did step in on this monthly. Monthly's coming up. This is the bullish. The monthly says, yes, we're going up, not down. But I'm expect a violent move up that gets bought straight back up. So price target. 130. 130 on Waste Management and a dip buy after their earnings. I'm bearish. I'm bearish. And that's the dip buy right there. Bearish on Waste Management. I wasn't expecting that. Snap. Oh boy, fucking snap. I hate this goddamn ticker. I used to trade this ticker on fucking Twitter. Fucking hot sauce disaster. God. Oh. Trading 966 right now. Is it ready? Looks ready. I'm bullish. Shouldn't fucking say this. I'm bullish on Snap. Oh, fucking every time I'm fucking bullish on Snap, I get taken for a ride. Oh, let me check the 30-minute on it. I'm fucking bullish. You guys ready? Snap. Price target, $19.49. Right there. Snap. Unexpectedly. I don't know why they're going to do that well. They're not going to get there right away. I got to take that away. I don't know why they're bullish. You got to tell me that they're bullish. Give me the reason why they're bullish. But 919. I like it to 1107. Take that shit out there. 1250. Target $15. Come back, consolidate, and it's gonna be a wild ass ride. Then you get your 20 over there. Bullish on Snap into their ER. How much are goddamn Snap call? They have any like OTM fucking calls on Snap, like 2 expiries away? Check out some really crazy OTM, not crazy, but it's like 5-cent fucking calls on 0s and 5s. 0 and 5s, like $10, $15, $20. You don't have to hold them. You just let them ramp up and people jump in on them. Look for some calls on Snap, like shit tickets. Like, look for some like just like lottos and shit like that. Snap. That's my lotto trade. Big ass lottery. Lotto calls. Now, saying that, you know the fuckery that they do, right? Let's say you buy some 5-cent lotto calls and they don't print for Snap. Don't come crying to me and be like, oh, I spent my whole account on that. Get right back in and buy them again. Because what they could do is try to clear out those calls that are, I haven't looked at the put call ratio on this goddamn ticker, but if everybody's on calls, they'll burn all of them and then rip the fuck out of it. So keep an eye on, do some investigating. The Snap is a rabbit hole to go down. Let me look at it real quick on Snap has like, there's some, I'd have to check how many fucking calls are out there on Snap and puts. See if it's like loaded to the tits. What's the short? Yeah, downside target is 804. Upside target 1127. But dude, like, it could totally blow the call side out the fucking water. Expected move is 16.5%. And they have a fucking tendency. I want to show you guys something here. Here, I want to show you guys something here. This is the thing about fucking Snap, man. Yeah, February 3rd, 2022, it just ripped faces off, but it generally doesn't do that. It generally like sells the fuck off and then you long it. So I got to say something about Snap. It's one of those tickers that it's like everybody's fucking tits long in it, right? And dealers are like, we're not like it's the same. Bears say the same shit, right? Bears will be like, why is it not crashing? And I'm like, because you're all fucking short. That's okay. It's not okay. That you need like waterfall puts and shorts and real money selling to like cascade, and then whenever that's cascading stops, the market will start to go high again, right? Once everybody's in shorts, puts, all that kind of stuff, no more people are short, and there's no more puts coming in, there's no more real money selling coming, we start to go the other way, right? So dealers are chasing, they have to chase. Now, if everybody's just sitting around and their fucking dicks in their hands, owning fucking Snap and long the fuck out of 5-cent calls, it's not going to go up. They're going to burn the shit down and then send it higher. So be wary of Snap. But in terms of its ability to fucking rip some faces off, it is primed for it to happen. So if let's say you're long on some you're long for, let's say, the November 3rd strike, like 20, and they get torched or something, and go to that bottom where it slams down, that downside move of $8, look to buy in there. So that $8 down here, if they burn, you buy that shit down here big time. Okay? It could be more of a function of mechanics and not a function of Snap not going there. That's another AMDer. So this one's actually more volatile. So you have a good chance of ripping some face off, getting some good money. I'm really interested in this ER specifically. So we'll watch this one closely. And that's Snap. That's your lotto trade for tomorrow. That's the wild ass trade for tomorrow. Now we're gonna do Meta and Boeing for Wednesday. If we can get to it, we'll get Amazon out of the way as well, and then we'll come back and do the other ones tomorrow. So let's look at Meta. We're gonna look at Meta. What else? Meta, Amazon, and Boeing. Meta, Amazon, and Boeing. I kind of like Meta here in the short term, but not in the yearly term. I'm bullish on Meta into their ER. I think. Yeah, I'm bullish on Meta into their ER. Consolidate, buy. Let me see what their thing is over here. Yeah. Give me a second here, guys. Okay. So ready? I am bullish on Meta, but caveat. I'm looking for a dip to buy on it. On its ER. It's a caveat here. It's likely going to run up into the ER tomorrow. So I'm bullish in the short term but bearish on the report. But bullish in the midterm. So I'm bullish to possibly 330 on their ER, but I am looking for a better buy. I am looking for a better buy on it. Now, that 278 down here, if you can snag it, definitely grab it. On its ER or into its ER, I'm bullish to 325 maybe by tomorrow. It's possible. 325 into their open or in their close tomorrow, and you might even get that nice big power play up here at 334 into with their report as well. But I think it sells off. It's a weird one. Like tomorrow, bullish. Earnings bullish, sells off though, and I want this down here. And I want to show you why too. Like, I want to see that nice round down here. I want to see that stuff down here again. Maybe it's not that drastic. Yeah, maybe it is. It might be that drastic. I think Meta has a good ER. Man, I really want that fucking 278. I want to buy that shit so bad. Good ER on Meta. Let's pay attention to that one too. I want to watch Meta and Snap. Because I'm bullish on the day tomorrow on Meta, and I'm bullish on their ER, but I'd love to see that pullback. Love to see it. Love to see like that bam down here buy. That's Meta. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat right now. Yeah, Snap's a weird one. If I showed you guys Snap on how they do in their ERs, it's a really funky. Let me show you guys something here. So what I'm trying to say to you on Snap is now they can fucking rip. And they're kind of a dark horse here too. Like, let's see if I can bring this over and show this to you. So let me draw your attention to my cursor over here. You see this fuckery down here? They just love to slam it down, right? Everybody's bullish, then boom, down. That's July. Here's April, same thing. Boom, depths of hell. Now, even if it goes up January 31st, boom, right? They drop it again, right? 1, 2, 3. It's like bread and butter. October 2022, bam, depths of hell. July 21st, boom, depths of hell. Right? April 21st, boom, depths of hell. February 3rd, 2022, boom, depths of hell. October 21st, depths of hell, right? It's been in fucking decline, right? Just in decline. Even when it's going up, decline. So, now, does that mean it's going to happen again? No. But, I'm going to, like, in terms of mechanics, if you can get that sell and buy on it, or cheap ass calls on it, even if they get torched, but look for that that opportunity that might present itself with some other zero dates. So Curlo is coming in and saying it's skewed to the call side. So that's not good, right? It's a fuck around stock. It's not just a meme stock. It's like a basket stock for hedge funds to fuck around. So it's just like loaded to the tits on calls. Might be one you just it's not necessarily pass off on, but it's like just buy the cheapies for an outsized move. No spreads, none of that shit. cheapies, and like you compose the trade like, yeah, these are 5 cents or 10 cents or 20 cents. If they burn, I'm going to add another 20 cents to that trade. Now it's now a 40-cent trade. I got to make $80, $1.50, $3, $15, something like that. So you can win. You know, your trade isn't done. That's meta, by the way. So Snap is weird. Like, it's not weird. It's just, and they like to fuck around on it. But if you know that they like to fuck around on it, the moment it
The
slams
House
down and
Ongoing
burns all those
spokesperson
people,
says, "We have
you
released
jump
two
in on those
captures in
calls, and
response
that
to the
next
Qatar
round of people
Egyptian
jump in on those
mediation."
calls. You get paid from those other that new round of call buyers jumping in. Yeah, that sucks about Snap. I like that ticker, man. It's a good fuck around ticker. It's a good one to gamble. Not it's not gambling, but that's a career low saying Snap skew starts to shift back to puts more expensive January 24th. Thanks, career low, for saying that. I like Snap, man. It's got me tingling right now. It's like you just pop in with like fucking 5-cent calls, and you wake up next morning and they're fucking $20, and you're like, woo! I just made bank. You come in the next, and you're like, ah, shit, they burned. And you just come in that next week. As soon as expiry is over and you burned all those people, you go in and buy more. All right, so let's look at Amazon, and then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll work on a bunch more. So Amazon, remember earlier I told you about that 1:30 and 2 p.m., right? The fuckery that happens in SPOOs. You see how they're trying to rope people in right now to that downside move. So we're gonna come back to Amazon. Hold on here. Let's look at SPOOs really quick. So you guys have been encountering this past week or so, right? Let's look at the trigger screen. Here's SPY here, right? It's 30-minute chart on SPY. And you've seen the fuck around all week long, right? You guys are getting torched out there, right? Come up there into that 2 o'clock and boom, slam it down. Come at 2 o'clock, boom, slam it down, boom, slam it down, boom, slam it down. And we're back at that 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 2:13 right now, right? And what are they trying to do on you right now? You see it? Half hour. You got the green bar straight up, red bar straight down, and they're fighting you for this to take it to the downside, aren't they? Question becomes, do they send you down there? I want you to look at this right here, right? This price action here. And then I want you to look at this price action right here. It's kind of similar, right? Send you right back down. Green candle, red candles to the downside here, right? Watch this as it plays out. You don't want to get trapped in here. You don't want to get trapped to the downside move. All right, you're all bulled up, and we boom, slam down. Start slamming down, taking out that S3 down below. So what do you do in this situation, right? You don't do anything, do you? You wait until that half-hour trigger gives you the help that you need to get above. Is that half-hour trigger there right now? No. So either price is going to go there, either price is going to seek it out, right? Or price is going to stay parked and consolidate until the half-hour trigger gets up here, right? Oop. To give it the lift that it needs, price that needs to jump higher. If we begin to see that cross and bloodbath, and they get underneath this half-hour trigger, we know exactly what happens, right? We know what happens on that half. They sell it down to the depths of hell. So keep your eyes on 421.71. Bulls cannot give it up. So 421.71. Bulls cannot give this number up down here. If they give it up and start rejecting underneath it, we're going to see that 403. or 410.35, excuse me. Kind of do or die here for bulls, right? Let me know in the chat or talk amongst each other what you think is going to happen, because I think this holds. I'm pretty bullish here to get above this R1. Although I wouldn't be long calls here until you see either the successful retest right here, or you see that half hour come up here and hold it. I'm gonna have to throw some calls on for tomorrow. Let's go back and look at Amazon. Every local not so positive on Amazon. Kind of positive on Amazon. I'm positive on them. It's just not going to the moon. Amazon. Bullish 135. Just don't expect it to be a Microsoft. Expect some profit taking. Rebuy a 130 to take out all this stuff up here at 145. Don't go crazy with it. Amazon, tacitly bullish for their ER.
Grayscale reversal, and it's problematic that Bitcoin products get more SEC scrutiny. I worry some SEC crypto action could have adverse impact.
A rug pull here on SPOOs. Let's go back to SPY right here. See if we can catch a dip buy here. These sellers trying to come in right here. This looks like liquidity grab here, doesn't it? Look at that. 1, 2. Setting it down for liquidity right there. Find out if we can buy that or not. Have a bear cross on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Positioning is short. Target down below 421.71. Gonna find out if these are real buyers down here or not real quick. Check out some calls for tomorrow. Hold on a second here. 430. Woof. 430 is only 8 cents for tomorrow. All right. Yeah, I'm bullish here. Like tacitly bullish. Even with that cross, I'm tacitly. I'm not bullish for right now. I'm bullish for tomorrow. I'm bullish for 4:30 into tomorrow's close. Like I'm looking for a dip to buy. I just set up a dip buy here, so I'm looking for 4:30 into at 4:15 tomorrow. What am I expecting? I'm expecting 4:30 into tomorrow's close at 4:15. But calls are dirt cheap. Like 4:30s are 8 cents right now. They're fucking dirt cheap. Like pennies, man. But Chase, I will say this is the place that you've done it. So sellers have been in control on this hourly for some period of time. So you're right until as long as price holds the hourly, which it's not, right? So the price is below the hourly right now. I'm looking for this half hour though to hold and be that springboard. So stop buying cues. I didn't buy cues. I bought bought fucking Spy for tomorrow, man. I bought some shit tickets. You saw the Chase? Did you see that? Did you see that that fucking gamma wall that we drove right into? So we got to get above that. It needs a catalyst. It needs some good earnings for a catalyst to break through. CVNA, let me look at it in the background. I'll look at CVNA for you. Hold on. Boy, you guys are still trading this shit, huh? Man, Carvana. I shouldn't complain. I like Carvana. I like it ish. What do I think of Carvana? I like the stock. Saying that, oh, dude. Let me look at Carvana. It's another fucking. This is what I'll say about Carvana. You're range bound. I'll say that about Carvana. I like it, but it looks like it's going to ping pong around a lot. 30 minutes time frame. That's 60 up there. Price target $38, but it's still bearish. I would not expect. I think Carvana is like a repriced ticker, so I think whatever Carvana does is going right back down to the depths of hell. But I do like the ticker here. As long as it stays above 31.53, and you need to break above 33.21 to target 38.12. But man, dude, it's a repricer. Like it ain't never coming back. It ain't ever going like it's never gonna be like what it was. Maybe. Yeah, and you ain't getting no fucking $400. You can kiss off at that bullshit. I got to tell you, Carvana, I would expect it to be repriced forever. It's horrible to say that. Their growth phase is done, and their usefulness is done. So whenever it's down in the single digits, buy it. Whenever it gets up into the 70s, and then a year the 60s, and then another year the 50s, you're gonna like sell those highs, and it's eventually gonna settle down into a pattern of like lower highs. I don't think you ever see those numbers again. Maybe unless they hold on a second here. Maybe unless they I'm still diamond handing. So I'm all paranoid about Tyson Foods, and my boy is sending me a bunch of pump stuff for Tyson Foods. Who asked for Carvana? Are you trying to just trade it? Are you trading earnings? Are you trying to get back to $400? What's your, in the chat, say something about your. I think it's going down. Like I think it can squeeze. That's not good that there's that many puts, by the way, but I think it's going to go in, like it's going to be repriced into the dumpster over the next 2, 3, 4 years. It's going to take time though, but it will get there. Every time it goes up there, like next time you see $60, short the fuck out of it. $50 after that, $50, short the fuck out of it. $40, short the fuck out of it. I don't use 200 SMA. No, I don't believe in it. Sorry. I give a rat's fuck ass about a 200 SMA. Sorry. I used to use the 200 SMA. Not anymore. Don't bother with it. It's failed me too many times. Yes, Carvana. They could. Carvana could, but think about what they need to be doing. Like, they would need to introduce something revolutionary, right? And are they going to? I mean, what was the company we looked at recently? DGLY we looked at, right? And I said to you, if you look back on DGLY at their peak, they were like the darling of Wall Street. They were the darling of the New York Times. They were the darling of the Wall Street Journal. They were the darling of Bloomberg. Full page write-ups. And then eventually it became like 3 guys in an office in the middle of nowhere, and they're trading $3. So Carvana likely will get consolidated and the rest of those car companies, and they'll become a normal publicly traded company. That is likely what will happen. Fuck yeah.
NYMEX diesel November futures settling at $3.10 a gallon. Gasoline November futures at $2.33.
Yeah, they have some. There's like
NYMEX WTI crude oil futures selling at $85, and 49 cents a barrel. which is down $2.59 or 2.94%.
So I do know a little bit about Carvana. I've used Carvana. So I experienced that with Carvana. I was I don't know if I've talked about this. I was able to get I was able to sell a car to Carvana, make bank, and then I bought. Matter of fact, I bought that Cadillac private sale. Found it private sale.
This
Now,
stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
here's my Carvana story, right? So, I was able to sell a Toyota Tundra, make bank. Never would have gotten that money anywhere. Private sale, nowhere. Lot, didn't matter. Those guys were like coming up, picking up your car. No questions asked. Anything wrong with it? No questions asked. And I remember, now how I know that they're not doing that anymore was only because I found a fucking Cadillac Escalade that was dirt fucking cheap, immaculate, low miles, pimped out, premium everything, had like the best package, all that shit. And I tried to sell it to them. And they were taking, when I originally, like, not sell, but I was like, let's see if they'll buy it. So I went to Carvana to sell it to him and sent him pictures, all that stuff, made all the promises. And they offered me big money for it. Right? And like, I don't know how long passed, but it was like just a few months or something. And I was like, this was when Carvana started to get fucked and like Zillow was stopped buying houses. Everybody was panicking. And I did the search again with my vehicle. And matter of fact, when I did Carvana, I did like 3 other competitors. I was like checking all of them and their pricing. And all of them were like, woof, in the basement again. So I remember when it happened. So Carvana, from my experience, does not do that any longer. Not like they were doing it. But I agree with you. They were doing that for a period. I'm trying to remember. I'll try to pull out some paperwork and find out when they actually stopped, because probably time it like a few months after I got that Cadillac. But I would have resold that fucking Cadillac to him if they wanted it. All day long, I would have sold it to him. It was like a private sale kind of a thing. Yeah, Carvana was crazy. Like, yeah. So I missed it on the back end of the deal. So I was kind of pissed off about it, but whatever. It's okay. Because I would have just kept fucking flipping them. You're like, boom, flip it, boom, flip it. Spy coming down, trying to creep in and touch down, see what's going on down here. Trying to find out if there's real buyers down here or not. If there are not real buyers down here, we should see a bloodbath. We're going to find out if these are real buyers or not, if we're going to close the day out on that R1 or not. Remember that R1, bulls need that R1 to have continuation to the upside. If they do not get, if these buyers are not here, right, there's no will from buyers here, and they don't get up into that R1, it's going to be a bloodbath down to 410. Spoo's limping along right now. What? An off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot riding in a cockpit jump seat in a regional flight. Oof. I know those jump seats, too. Try to disable the aircraft's engines during a flight. What the fuck? That is some crazy-ass shit. I don't know. You know, like, the one thing I got to say to you guys, one thing I want to tell you guys is this. So, I have some very close friends, like people I go out with every week. These are like very close friends that are in management for the big three. Like, these guys are in the big three. These are my boys. Like, these are my in real life friends. These are my friends. These are the guys that, like, I hang out with. These are my battle buddies, right? These guys are white collar people, and these guys, like, it's what they do. They like born bred Ford guys, right? That's what they are, and these guys tell me everything. Now, I'll tell you something. Like these fucking car makers, and you're gonna hear the whining by the part makers, but I'm gonna tell you, the part makers, the car companies, the unions, they all know. Now publicly they're gonna come out and fight and say this and say that. You're gonna get parts makers claiming they're gonna go bankrupt and all this other crap about how no need for parts, and so they're gonna go bankrupt, right? And you got union workers that say we're going to bankrupt the car dealers or make them hurt, right? Those fucking car dealers, right? They have these, like, when there was a union deal, right? And whenever they're anticipating a deal, they order extra parts from the part dealers, right? Before the strikes, right? These car dealers, they fucking make these auto workers, these union auto workers, put in crazy overtime before the strike happens. So what you're consuming, what you're getting, right? What you and I are getting on the streets is you're getting a union worker saying to you and I, me, right? And you, union worker saying, hey, we're going to put the hurt on them, right? But the union workers stop telling you that. What they don't tell, they'll tell you when they weren't striking, but what they don't tell you when they are striking is that prior to the strike, they were working 6 days a week, 14 hours a day, because the manufacturers know that a strike is coming. So they load up on inventory before that strike takes place. The fucking parts guys know too. So they have all this overstock, and what else is crazy in this is, so they got all this like stock sitting on lots and all this other stuff. You know what that is? All that extra stock you see? That's just fuel for fucking manufacturers to go, fuck you, we don't have to make a deal with you. That's not right. I don't think it's a good thing to do, but that is true. So when you see like a strike going on, an UAW strike or affiliated strikes, these fucking manufacturers are evil as fuck. Like, they've already done what they're supposed to do. And the workers already made all their money as well, right? They get it when they can, then they strike when they can, get better pay, better benefits, better all kinds of other shit, hours, all kinds of other stuff. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens before we even get there. No one talks about that. No one wants to either. And the stock market and the participants don't either. So I want you to know that the manufacturers knew the strike was coming. The workers knew a strike was coming. The parts dealers knew a strike was coming. They all broke dicks and made a bunch of shit. And of course, they can force them to, these manufacturers. And like, these are some smart guys and women. These are people that have been around the block since early 1900s. And this is the workers. This is the dealers. Not the dealers, the parts makers. Actually, they were a little bit later, like 60s and 70s. But, oh, yeah, baby, print it for me tomorrow. Print me up for tomorrow. Print me up. So, print me long and hard. So, my point to you is this, is that what you're told in the news and what you're told by all these concerned groups changes depending upon what's going on in the public. They all are anticipating this. And so when you see like a guy on YouTube, some jackoff that sells used cars and goes to a used car lot, so I've never seen this and I've never seen that, and all this is going on, you get overstocking lots. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Some fucking schlep on YouTube like me that's got like 1 million followers on YouTube because I walk around the lots, and you enjoy watching a video from some guy showing you a Ford F-150 or 250. It's going for $175,000 because it's got cute rims and a lift job. They don't know what they're talking about. When you talk to the guys that actually work for the manufacturers, the suits, especially if you're friends with them, they're like, nah, it's nothing like that. So I'm not saying you can't take that for or put grains of salt into what these guys are saying on YouTube, because I watch those. I think they're fun to watch too. But the truth is, in the back end, they planned all this shit out. They all knew there was going to be a goddamn strike. They all fucking know, and they all made money. The union workers, parts suppliers, and the force that was that under a union contract the manufacturers have to have those vehicles built and ready to go for the upcoming strikes that are now taking place. So it's one thing to see all that shit sitting on lots and saying, "Oh, they're fucked." They're not. These car makers are not fucked. They're sitting idle right now. They built extra just for where we are right now, which is travesty and sad to see. But that's why you see that stuff there right now in those lots, and no one likes to talk about that. No one wants to say that. Yeah, it's true. Look, I'm not on like the manufacturer's side here. I'm just telling you all I'm telling you is that I live with these guys, like all these guys that are auto manufacturers, all this EV that's being developed here in Detroit. I don't know if you know that, like major EV battery tech being developed here. The rest, like all the American car makers are here. Like all these people are kind of in on it, right? It doesn't matter what you are, blue collar, white collar, manufacturer, part supplier. They all have a part to play and something to say, right? Yeah, the pilot's kind of crazy. I wouldn't expect that out of a pilot. So I want to know more about that. Although that is kind of a shitty airline, isn't it? It's one of the cheaper airlines. Yeah, that's fine. It's intentional. They do it all the time. Like these guys. Oh, here's another fucked up thing. You want to hear something across crazy? The part suppliers that are complaining that they're going to go bankrupt. Go find one of those guys and ask them. Like, ask somebody that's like works as a part supplier in Detroit. Go on Detroit and ask them. They have shutdowns all the time. These engineering firms, these small engineering firms outside on the Metro Detroit, these fucking designers. They have all these small companies that now design cars, different like interiors, exteriors, all that kind of stuff, right? And they have shutdowns all the fucking time, all the time. It's like it's the norm. But of course, if there's a shutdown that's national news for a strike, you're going to be out there telling you we're going to go bankrupt and lose everything. Does it happen to some? Sure, it does. But these guys all knew it was coming. These guys were having these guys made all that money already. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, like, it's weird because it's weird too because the weird part. Well, it's not weird. Like living here, right?
Court order and
you'll have like a union worker tell you the truth, and then as soon as the strike happens, they're like, no. We got to run with the union line, which I'm fine with. I get it. I know why, right? Then there's a national message that you and I are consuming and drinking and eating, which if I was a union worker, I'd do the same fucking thing, right? I would say the same thing. You toe the union line in public, but the truth is, they were getting in forced, but they were making bank, building out that supply of vehicles for strikes. And that's why you see those vehicles on lots right now. That's why lots aren't empty. And there's more fucked up shit to this. Like, there's more craziness to this, but so it's weird too. It's like I'm kind of active in the Detroit subreddit, right? And everything is normal in there, and then all of a sudden the strike happens, and we get what do they call it? We get brigaded, right? And so you got people that are trying to. You got like a community of like we live. Here's another one. So Detroit subreddit got brigaded for the death of a Jewish leader, right? This past week. And it just got overrun. And so they locked the whole entire topic down. Because we live there, right? I was reading on Reddit, people were talking about how Dearborn is a shithole. And I'm going to tell you what, I was thinking about this. I was like, I might take a ride down to Dearborn. And we got brigaded for that shit too, for Dearborn, because we have Palestinians, a large Palestinian population, and they live a great fucking life. Now, if you read on Reddit or the news, or the sizzle that everybody's selling, it's like people are like, it's a war zone here. I'm telling you, it's not. You give people education, money, and ability to work and live peacefully. And they do.
Bitcoin pairs gains.
And if you go to, there's neighborhoods in Dearborn that I guarantee are nicer than where you live. Guarantee. Streets, neighborhoods that I'd say 70% of you don't even live in neighborhoods as nice as they have as parts of Dearborn. Dearborn's beautiful. Parts of it are beautiful. And anyone would live there, except for the mountains and the skiing and the hiking and the biking and the surfing. But I mean, if you were like, hey, I don't do all that shit. And you drove down. If I blindfolded you and parked you on that street, it's clean, beautiful, manicured, well taken care of. So, I guess that point is only going back to what we see on YouTube about manufacturers, car manufacturing, and what the lots have and all that kind of stuff. That shit's all been pre-planned. Everybody was wrapped into it. That's right, algos. That's right, algos. We need 4:30 Chase by 4:15 tomorrow, brother. Give me 4:30, baby. $4:30 by close tomorrow, Chase. 4:30. 4:15 in the afternoon tomorrow. That's 80 points, right? I think that's 80 points by tomorrow. It's a pretty big move, right? What is that? 80 fucking points? 70 something fucking points? What's going on, Tesla Jess? Let's take a look at the yield curve really quick. You guys are on the yield curve, right? Let's take a look at the 10-year really quick and see what it's saying. Here's another little sneaky Pete for you. Oh. What's going on there, yield curve? Oh, bloodbath in the yield. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oops, sorry. Shouldn't have said that. Bro, what happened to the yield curve, bro? Okay, so here's the yield curve right here. So take a look at this, okay? We're gonna look at the gilts. You guys ever hear gilts out there and you're like, what the fuck is a gilt? It's a British bond. So hold on here. So you remember my little chart here? Remember my little chart here from last week? Remember that little chart? No, how far back did it go? So early September, right here. Whoop. Right? Oh, look at that thing. It's baller. Remember that red box I drew up here and I was like, fuck you? Remember the Bill Ackman, Larry Fink projection, the Goldman Sachs sideways respite, and then more rip? We got known sellers up here. Here's Bill Ackman up here telling you to go fuck yourself, right? My boy Billy A is up here just slamming shit. I think I posted this too. So where's it at right now? Where's it parked on? Boy's parked right here, isn't it? What do we need it to do? We need that. We need those big boys to come out and start raining men. You know, it is could have some weakness. I mean, the 10-year note is showing like, you know, an up and then down move. We could have a bloodbath. Not a, how about a bloodbath for, I mean, this looks kind of bullish here, right? I could turn around a little bit, maybe turn around up here, turn around Tuesday, get some weakness Tuesday morning in S&P 500, and then we ramp. Like, I can't doubt you here, Chase. Let's look at the 2-year really quick. Now we'll look at the gilts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get underneath there. A little blood in the 2-year yield. What is it? GB 30? I don't know if I have that right. There we go. United Kingdom. Now, this one here, no bueno. This one here is still cranking. You know, this is Great Britain 30-year government bonds. Look at that one just cranking. Yeah. It's Sunday, Monday. Take them out up here. Ooh, boy. Who's ready for the Euro rich to come into the market tonight? Oh, I am. I'm waiting for the Euro rich to come into the market tonight. Those Euro richers, they're buying that 30-year bond. Look at that shit. Woof. Woo. That's the 30-year in Great Britain. Somebody call Great Britain up, tell them thank you.
Yen slips to a 5-day low, last down 0.2%, 149.57. According to sources, Microsoft has encouraged chip firms to focus on powering new artificial intelligence features in Windows. And according to sources, Nvidia plans to enter PC chip market with ARM-based CPU chip as early as 2025.
Any thoughts on the impact from the recent SEC rule changes for short selling? It's just another fucking rule to get around. The more rules, the easier it is to beat. No one cares about you and I. Good spoos hanging on. 256. Do we get the 10-year yield? Is looking like we could blast up. So we might get the sour hour, but keep an eye on 10-year yields into the close and see if it gets that rejection above that we're looking for. I'll bring that back up really quick. All right, I already showed it to you guys. I don't need to show that shit to you again. So we get nice sour. All right, I'll bring it up one more time. Hold on. No, I need the yield. Like that one right there. I want to show you this right here. So you get sour hour in SPY, right? But then that rejection of the downside right there by open tomorrow. That'd be really nice. Really nice. So maybe you get the sour hour and spoos, but then you get that rejection up here at 494. But I don't trade on this. I don't trade using the yield, so I'm not a fan of it. I don't do that shit, but you guys do. You guys are fucking maniacal with the yields. Come back in like 6 months and you're like, shit, I should have bought fucking the 20. All right. You're all watching this shit like 30-minute charts, 1-minute charts. You're looking like a weekly and it's like, buy the fuck out of bones. Yeah, roger that, to the point. Roger that, to the point. Yeah, he should have covered, right? He claimed Ackman should have covered, right? He should have covered and he should have started fucking. He ended up saying a few weeks ago that I made a post about it a couple weeks ago that he should have been short at 5% this today or yesterday, or he should be short bonds, or excuse me, the yields as of today. Should have been long yields into today or Friday. Remember, we're still in negative gamma, so we can get wild-ass swings. C80 point move up or down, not out of the realm of possibility. Oh, yeah, give me that close, baby. Give me that wild-ass swing. Give me that wild-ass swing to the upside. Fucking shaking a stick here. Give me that pump up there. Give me that pump, baby. Give me that 430 by 415 tomorrow. Yeah, or lack thereof, prayer low. Yeah, man. My father was a lobbyist. He always believed that more rules are better, not for your and I benefit. He always felt as though it was for their benefit. Oh, ooh, yeah. Dude, look at how nice Nasdaq looks right now. Nasdaq coming back down to retest. That's bullish cross on a 5-minute trigger right now. Apple starting to squeeze. HYG not really committed right now. Oh yeah. Dixie getting bled down right now. Yeah, I thought Bitcoin was going to crash. That's what I was told, right? PTC. I was told that last week too. I was told Bitcoin was going into the dumpster. That was a lie. Woof. Look at that Bitcoin, baby. Bitcoin ripping faces off. 31.52. Super bullish. It's starting to top. Bitcoin. Good place to, let me see here. One day. Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, Bitcoin. Jesus Christ. Bitcoin's looking like it wants to trade damn 38,000. God damn. Bitcoin, you dirty, dirty girl, you. Thought I was going to crash. I was told Bitcoin was going to crash. They keep telling me that Bitcoin's going to crash. I will say this. It's a little long in the tooth. Now, it did test 3 times. Once. That's still once. Twice. Bitcoin. I'm not bullish here. I'd like to see a pullback to I'd like to see a pullback to 2850 on Bitcoin. I'd like to see that pullback. But you got 3,800, dude. It's coming your way. It's coming your way. But expect a pullback. You could see a pullback as deep at 27,939. Let me just parked here in that early trigger. Yeah, it should be a pullback. I mean, wasn't I told last week that Bitcoin was going? I gotta like Binky. If you're out there, wasn't someone telling me that Bitcoin was going to crash because of FTX or Binance or some shit like that? And I was like, no, I disagree. I think we talked about that last week, early in the week. I think we talked about it on Monday or something, Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, the Ponzi continues. I agree with that. Who wrote that? I agree with you. Sunday never ends. Ponzi continues, dude. Thoughts exchanges that maybe we start to see a shift in short covering windows towards the end. Yeah, I was on. I believe that there is. I agree with that career low. I'm 100% with you on that one. I agree with that. There's like a little bit more transparency with when they're going to cover. Is there really a hit piece on INTC? Let me take a look at INTC. That's what I don't like about some of these tickers. Like INTC is a good one. Like INTC, it's like more about better price, right? Like so INTC is very much like that's super fucking bearish. Some of the tickers that I was looking at today. Some of the tickers that I was looking at today, like trade like Amazon. I'm like, man, these fucking like it's not like bearish. It's like fake shit just to because it goes like up and down, sideways for so many years. It's like not real. It's like totally fucking fake. INTC is like that, isn't it? I fucking hate that. Like I tried trading INTC. Such a piece of shit. This headline is out. Spot Bitcoin ETF approvals to push BTC up to 73, likely adding 1 trillion in crypto's market cap. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go to 38. So I'd like to see that pullback 28, confirm it, and then start ripping up there. It should rip up there, though. I fucking hate INTC. Talk about a slow-moving piece of shit. It's like, come back in 3 months and buy the dip. Yeah. Could you see 24? It's possible, but dude, last week we were talking Bitcoin and everyone was like, it's going to the depths of hell. And I'm like, no, that shit's not. Like we talked about it again like 3 months ago or something. 1 month ago, 3 months ago, and it's like, no. It's a fucking scam, is what it is. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. Heads up that SPY is a short positioning right now. Be careful here. I just got the cross, so be very careful. 10 years showing weakness into the close, though temporary. SPY is bearish right now. Just a heads up. Just had the cross. Be careful of a liquidation break to the downside into this close. You remember that half-hour trigger. Go back to the 1 minute here. Coming down now to check that half-hour to see if these buyers are still here or
According to the Wall
not.
Street Journal, Israel wants all hostages released before permitting fuel delivery to Gaza.
Do not want to see this half-hour get taken out in any way, shape, or form. You see it down there, Texas Trader? I'm trying to take out fucking longs. Fuck it. They're trying to take out longs fucking stops down here. Definitely.
And more from the Wall Street Journal, Gaza hostage talks held up over the Hamas demand for fuel.
Man, that whole Israel and Gaza thing's been a pile of shit, huh? I'm so fucking glad that I wasn't streaming. I saw like they got like people like not showing up to tech conferences and stuff. You got slap fighting going on everywhere. You got retractions and statements and all kinds of nonsense. People getting just dragnetted into picking a side and all that. It's like a losing fucking argument, no matter what you take. It's like, stay the fuck out of it. Oh yeah, he's back. You know what? We're supposed to have him on early last week. He didn't call me back, so I'll check and call him right now after the close today and see what he's doing. But he's back in the States. He's safe. It's like, you know what it reminds me of is like the way that like everyone tries to complicate it or simplify it. I'm like, think of what I said was like domestic violence, right? Like you just don't fucking get involved. Right? Like call the police and you don't do any of that. You don't like get involved as the neighbor, the brother, the father, fucking boyfriend's brother, fucking friend, your best friend. You just don't get involved in that shit. The fucking, you're like, hey, stop beating your wife. And then the wife pulls a gun out and shoots you in the head. Just don't fuck around with it. It's like no winners. Absolutely no fucking winners.
So the Hamas said it was setting free 2 more civilian hostages on Monday, while negotiations over a possible release of a group of 50 captives stumbled over the militant group's demand that Israel allow fuel deliveries into Gaza, according to officials familiar with the talks.
Because no war on the weekend. I think they're threading the needle. It looks like there's a thread in the needle going on in the background. So far, I'm crossing my fingers here. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see what's like some of the like I'm really like I'm not scared. I'm not actually scared about as much about Israel, Hamas, and even Iran. Um I'm more paranoid about like an axis of power stemming from Russia, China, and North Korea ish kind of, but I'm not like fearful of it, but you don't want to see it. You don't want to see that kind of a war. That kind of a war is fucking ugly. I was thinking about Dearborn yesterday. I was thinking about him, and I was like, if you like in good faith, either do like one of two things, where you either like you give him, like in good faith, take and help these people. You know, educate them, give them money, and have good countries take them in, first world countries. Take these people in, just remove that arm, like remove that yoke that they live under, Palestinians, you know? So they're not that just the like militant arm of like the redheaded I shouldn't say that, but the redheaded stepchild of the Middle East. My other thought in my head, I had this other weird thought. I was like, could we give them like part of Alaska or give them like part of Nevada? You know, build infrastructure for them, whatever they need, schools, pump in some water, that kind of stuff. We got all kinds of open land. Find some territory somewhere, some beautiful island somewhere. Give them a beautiful island. Something. The Armageddonists are all built up. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't understand that fetishizing of. I don't understand that fetishizing of war like that. I don't. I don't. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't get the want or. I don't like. Why would you ever even want that to happen? I don't understand the fetishizing of it. I like outside of going to a resort, like like outside of going to a resort or a tour or I don't know, a fucking cruise ship or something like that. If you travel around the world or have traveled around the world, like really traveled, I don't know, backpacking, something like that. I don't know why you'd wish that stuff. Or if you've served the military, you already know what I'm talking about. I'm that depravity that you've seen in your deployments. Why would you ever, ever, ever wish that? Like even here, like it's bizarre.
Biden says we can talk about a ceasefire when we have the hostages released.
People completely disconnected from the realities of war. Absolutely, they're out of their fucking minds. It's like you're changed for the rest of your life, forever and ever, until the day you die. You never fucking never goes away. You're scarred for the rest of your life. It's so fucked up. We're not even talking like basic shit. Watching this right here, I don't want to see this break of this half-hour trigger. I'm gonna start getting bearish here. I don't mind a dip down here, but if you start breaking down underneath this thing, it's kind of showing, 10 years kind of showing weakness into the overnight. Hopefully gilts come save the fucking day by open tomorrow. HYG selling off into the close right now. HYG bloodbathing down. Dixie bottoming right now. NASDAQ reversing to the downside. A small cross happening on NASDAQ right now. Bears getting all hot and sweaty, playing music. VIX on the rise again. A little blood here trading 421.46. Week's almost flat, or SPY's almost flat on the day. Up 0.27, 0.06% on the day right now. 0.05 on the day. Yeah, I've got experience. I live here we got a huge Palestinian population. They're good people. I like them. They've done just fine here. You know what's crazy too? I was reading something where, blood right now. Woof! Look at that blood in SPY, baby. Raining down blood right now. Selling off that hourly trigger. Selling off the half-hour trigger as well, the gray bar of love right here. You know, it's weird. Like, this one guy was
seeing the S&P 500 on a leg down, still up 0.07% on the session.
This one guy wrote a big post about Dearborn, and he went through the history of Dearborn, or no, Hamtramck. He was like, they destroyed Hamtramck. The Muslims destroyed it. They used to be Polish, and then it was Irish, and then it was Christian Arabs, and then now the Muslims have moved in, and it's terrible. And it's horrible, right? And I was like, man, I go there all the time. I watch football there. Or like FUTBOL. And it's a LGBT focused event twice a week. It's huge. Like, brings thousands of people in Hamtramck. And there's none of that shit going on that they talk about. So this guy was like trying to talk this up, and I was like, it's not like that there at all. I was like, you got a bastion, huge enclave of LGBTQ people in Hamtramck, living side by side. These people, no problems. Yeah, no, I don't care about the 200 simple moving average. I'm sorry, I can't expand upon that. I don't trade. I used to trade it. It fails. It holds. It doesn't. Not a fan of it. I trade momentum, not TA. Sorry, I trade momentum, not TA. I mean, I use TA, but TA is when things go wrong, right? Like, you draw yourself if you draw yourself I don't fucking know, a pennant or something. I don't know, when it fails or it holds and goes up when it should have failed, it doesn't work. I'm not a 200 simple moving average kind of guy. I used to be. I used to really like it. I used to like the 50 week moving, or 200 week moving average too. I think I used to trade that a lot too. But never worked for me in the long run. I trade multi-time frame momentum. That's what the funds and the banks use. So that's what I trade. This is stop hunting. So, and then we talk about manipulation on Tuesdays, right? Turnaround Tuesdays. So your bet is placed on Monday, and then on Tuesday you get the manipulation. I think David AMS talks about it too. And Wednesday, we get in the direction we're going to go. And then Thursday, there's distribution. And then Friday, they exit the market. They do it on a weekly basis, a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, quarterly basis, yearly basis. Don't use VWAP either. Used to use VWAP, liked it. It worked pretty well. I was pretty happy with it. Did pretty well for me. But there was a time when I used VWAP. Not anymore, though. Am I feeling okay? I feel great. I've been traveling, so I've been away. I was on. You guys remember we had TwitchCon, and it's not where I live, and I have wife, kids are all away, that kind of stuff. So I've been awake since crack of dawn, before crack of dawn. I'm just tired, just trying to get done with the day. Thanks for asking, Diego. Appreciate it. No, like the algos are there to take your stops, right? They return to points of interest. They take out your stops. They go back to these pivots. There's like major pivots on higher time frames. There's medium-sized pivots on smaller time frames. Then you have intraday pivots, and they're trying to stop hunt you. These are algorithms trying to take you out of your position. Yeah, I'm fucking tired. I worked out this morning. I'm supposed to go running at 4, so it's gonna be a long-ass day. What I need to do is turn the stream off, and I need to, like, drink some fucking espresso shots. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to this run at all. Continuation distribution is on Thursday, Friday. $3.29 in the afternoon. I was never a coffee drinker until, like, I drank coffee at nighttime when I was younger. I drank espressos after dinner, but I was never much of a coffee person in general. I never got into Rippets. I I drank Rippets when I needed to in the Army and shit. But I was never like I got friends that are fucking, they drank like Red Bull and Rippets for years. Never that guy. I always like water, and I don't drink it anymore, but for a lot of years I had an affinity for specialized sodas and stuff like that, like Fantas and stuff from Mexico. There's some soda websites out there that do archaic sodas, like Moxie and stuff like that. But outside of that, now I just drink water. But I did get into drinking coffee, like in the morning.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 13 million to the buy side.
In the morning, I got into drinking coffee. The last 5 years or so. No, I don't drink a ton of it.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I don't drink it at nighttime normally. Normally it's like 1 cup a day, sometimes 2. If I'm really tired, though, I'll like slam an iced coffee or something like that. I'd make a French press now usually. I don't do any of like the milk drinks. And as a matter of fact, I have a little bit. So this is my only cup today. And it's like a little bit still there. But that's all I've had all day long. That's why I'm yawning. I'm tired because the coffee's wearing off. The caffeine is wearing off. Yeah, I see that too. We're almost back to we're red right now. We were flat just a few minutes ago, but now we're 0.09 right here. Trying to sell that same fucking hourly trigger. Still selling that hourly trigger and that half-hour trigger. Yeah, I like runner's high. So I haven't been running, so I need to be running, and I'm working out, but not as much as I used to. So we're making some changes. So I'm gonna start scheduling in a 15-minute in the morning, a 15-minute in the afternoon, and a half-hour break in the mid part of the day. So I'll leave the stream up, but I'm gonna take breaks. Yeah, I've been losing a ton of weight, but I'm not healthy alongside it. Like my eating habits are all good. My I'm watching my calories, or what what I am eating. I should be more specific. It's not calories. It's what I'm eating, how much I'm eating. But my athleticism is not where I need it to be. It's like lifting weights is not enough. Like I have to be. I need more calisthenic or cardio based in my life. So I went to the doctor. I got a bunch of stuff back. I got a bunch of my they tested everything, dude. They like tested my shit, tested my piss, tested my blood, fucking everything. And I've been getting a bunch of numbers back from them, and I'm not happy. It's like so I'm older, right? I'm not on any drugs. They did just start me on some fucking Prozac, first time in my entire life. Told me I had seasonal disorder, seasonal fucking dysfunctional order or something like that. My wife thinks I'm gonna get crazy, but I had a really tough go of it last year. Our winter was brutal last year where we live, so I was like, I need all these tests run, and then I was asking for a colonoscopy, and I started making all these complaints, like I got this problem, that problem, this problem, that problem. What they did was they ran batteries and batteries and batteries of tests. Not just like one or two. It was like this test, that test, this test. You fucking name it. And I had some numbers come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. And I was fucking pissed. And then I got some more numbers back. And I got some paperwork being sent to me is like, hey, this is all great. And then I get another fucking letter in the mail, and it's like, oh, this isn't good. So I'm looking at myself, and so people my age, right? A lot of people my age. So in the United States of America, right? I'm of the last generation of people who didn't come from obesity. Now, I'm not making fun of people that are obese. I got nothing bad to say about people that are obese at all. But like if you look at, I know people are going to say BMI. You can't look at a BMI and say that it works. But I'll tell you what. I'm in a generation where people that are my age, a lot of my peers, right, are on a fucking cascade list of drugs for this for heart attacks, and you got this going on, you got this bad going on, you got this going on, you got that going on. And I don't want to become that person. Like, I'm not on any of those drugs. And so I'm at that age where I have to decide, like, do I want to start just taking those drugs? Or do I want to start to think about quality of life for myself, right? Like, am I eating the right foods? Like, should I be eating cacio e pepe in a fucking restaurant at fucking 45? Probably fucking not, right? Probably shouldn't be doing that. Should I be eating like 30-ounce ribeye steaks? Probably not. There's like a time in your life where you have to say, how many calories are in? What kind of calories? What am I putting in my fucking mouth? Now, I was never like a McDonald's eater or a bad food eater, but I ate great food for most of my life, and I was always this and always that and all that other shit. But you start to get older, you start to think about like what's actually going inside your mouth, right? And so I'm looking at all these numbers, and I'm like, man, I'm on a path in the next 10 years to be unhealthy, like very unhealthy. So I don't want my kids to see me like that. I don't want my kids to think that's normal, any of that kind of stuff. And I don't want my kids to be like that. Like, I don't want my kids. My oldest has dealt, or dealt with not obesity, but just being slightly overweight at a young age. Right? She was very into. She's very book smart, but not that athletic. So it's like, hey, I don't want you to eat McDonald's. I don't eat McDonald's. You shouldn't be eating McDonald's. Look towards me as you're bleeding off into this bell right now. This is not good right here. This is very bearish, by the way, if you want to know. Absolutely bearish right here. Even if we come down here and recheck this stuff, absolutely fucking bearish. Let me go over here to this Weeble. Well, I'm saying that, but if you get the rejection on the hourly on the 10-year, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Let's take a, oh, hold on here. Wrong screen. So look at that, trying to manipulate this market down right now. Right? You get the nice big squeeze up, and they're trying to sell this hourly trigger once again. Now, they did this before up here, and you saw what the result was down here. And you're going to be looking for that same thing. So we did have the hourly trigger, the hour go up here for the first time. So you're still going to be looking for, pay close attention here, just like a bull, right? Just like a bull is looking for the hold here. The one thing I'd point your attention to here is you still have this up move on the hourly trigger. It has turned back down again, but the bears still need to confirm that move down here. So we'll see how bloody it gets, or if the bulls can pull this back out of their ass by tomorrow or not. I think they do. But right here, this is not a good look for bulls, because if you get that continuation, where it leads to is 410.35. So all bears need to do here is have a confirmation and then send it directly down to 410.35. 410.35. They don't have it yet, but if they get it, it's going to be ugly. And I'm going to show it to you right now. So I'm going to show you the exact same thing, okay? So you have the initial, woohoo, everything is awesome, right? We're above the hourly trigger. We go down, right? And they confirm the rest of the leg down. This is the bad part of that move right here. Look at that, okay? So you come up here for liquidity, right? And then you get the confirmation move, and that's all over. Pay attention to that right there, because where we are right here, that same kind of thing happens. Come up here for some liquidity on the hourly trigger, right? And if they hold on to this, right, and they confirm this, bam, to the downside you go. So we'll see what happens here. Right now it looks like manipulation, but it's not a good look. Not a good look watching the 1 minute cross that half-hour trigger. Not a good look being underneath the hourly trigger. What were we just talking about? We were just talking about something, weren't we? Hold on here. What were we just talking about? I forget. Yeah, it's not even the carbs. It's like, for my age, right, I'm looking for, I don't want to be eating pasta. I don't want to be eating fucking potatoes. And I'm eating fucking breads and fucking chips and any of that shit. I should be eating, salads and whole grains, and even that sparsely. Limit the meat intake, all that kind of stuff. Like fucking butter and shit like that. Like, do I need to be putting butter on anything? Probably not. Refined sugars are another one. That's another fucking big one. Refined sugars. I don't eat any processed foods. I very limited processed foods in my diet as it is. But you know what I do use is sugar. And I'm cutting all that shit out too. I don't want any of that sugar, none of that stuff. No, I don't like the real butter either. It's too many calories. I was looking at butter. It was like 100 fucking calories. Could be more. Like a tablespoon of butter is like a beer. Like a pat of butter is I'd rather drink a beer than eat a pat of butter. That's just insane to me, right? The density of calories in a butter stick of butter. Exactly. Lots of greens, berries, cooked vegetables, all that good shit. It's healthier than the processed shit. I agree with that. I could use a drizzle. How about a drizzle of olive oil? That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? No, yeah. So that's what so I've done that diet before. I've done like the Mediterranean. Well, no, the Mediterranean diet I kind of like, but like the Cro-Magnon shit with like cut all the carbs out, and then you're just like dying for that shit. I think it's more for me. For me right now, it's calories in, calories out, and the density of what I'm eating, the density of those calories. Like, do I want the fucking butter pat? Right? Like, how much butter am I going to use? I'm going to put butter in the fucking like the stir fry, like saute pan. Then I'm finishing with some brown butter. I'm rubbing down a goddamn steak with it and all that other shit. And by the time I'm done, I'm like, how much butter did I just eat? Did I just eat like 800 calories of butter? Like, fuck that. I'd rather eat 800 calories than a good steak. Yeah, I'm still on them right now. I've got a whole bunch of them. They're dirt cheap. I'm holding them till tomorrow to close. I do the intermittent fasting right now. I do that. I'm losing like 2 pounds a week right now. I'm losing a shit ton of weight. I'm a big guy. You gotta understand. I'm 6'1", like really, truly 6'1", tall motherfucker. You see me somewhere. I'm not the biggest guy or the tallest guy there, but oftentimes I am. Like I'm the like top 90, not 90%. Yeah, like 90% of guys. Like you got to be like 6'3" to be looking over me. So it's like, so I'm a big guy, you know. I don't look big on. Well, I guess my face looks fat as fuck, but I don't look big to you here. If you see my arms in real life, like let me see if I can get a measuring tape, measure my reach. I got like, I think I got 32 or 34. Maybe is it 34 arms or something like that. Big, giant fucking hands. I can wear a size 12.5 shoe. I'm a big man. So like for me to lose weight, I'm like I gotta drop weight. I used to be, for most of my life in the military, I was 165 pounds. And I was lean as fuck. And then, like, my adult years, I was about 185, 190. And then I started fucking rebuilding houses. And all that, like, manual labor, spent 3 or 4 years rebuilding my own homes. Like, day in, day out, right? And I just got huge. What I mean, like fucking huge. I could throw like 2 bundles of shingles over a shoulder and hump them 40 feet on top of a roof like it was no big deal. And I just got fucking huge. And then COVID hit. Bam. And as soon as COVID hit, I couldn't do anything, right? It's like you can't do shit during COVID. So I was like a bigger guy. I had all this like expanded muscle and all that kind of shit. It just turned to shit on me. So now I'm trying to get back to that like heavy working out, all that shit. I'm trying to get rid of all that stuff. Yeah. I still do that. I actually go to the ranch. I have a family ranch. So I still go there twice a year. And what we do is I can't do the branding and
balance still sitting at 13 million to the buy side.
I can't clip nuts and do branding on the young calves, but I go back for the all the weak ones that so you can't brand fucking like you have cattle that are like sick or there's some reason you can't castrate them or brand them, and so they grow big. But eventually you have to do it once they're ready to rock, right? So they're like 185 pounds calves, and you need men to go out there and wrestle those fucking things. That's real work too, by the way. If any of you guys ever worked in a ranch, that shit is no fucking around. Those guys are badasses, and with the women too. I got women in my family, right, that would fuck a man up. I'm serious. Like in their 60s, would fuck a man up. Would fuck a lot of men up in their 30s. like rippling muscles. Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, bucking hay, man. Fucking hay bales will kill you, man. Those hay bale wheels, those things will fucking kill you. You ever hit a hay bale? Did I have an aunt that fucking got in a car accident and hit a hay bale on our land? Like drove off the highway and hit a hay bale and almost died. Those things aren't fucking around, those hay bales. I know I gotta stop with the swearing. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that I went through, like how to make a better stream for you guys, how to condense things, how to spend time with you guys that's more constructive, all that kind of stuff. That's what I did this weekend. So, yeah, dude, like real cowboys, woo, cowgirls, real ones. If any of you guys are ever interested in that, ever, you go on up to, you go up to Ekalaka, Montana. That's where my family ranch is. It's about 250 people. Loneliest place in the lower 48. There ain't nobody there. You can't get there from here. There ain't no highways there. There ain't no getting there. There ain't no reason to drive there. Middle of nowhere. Remember I told you a few minutes ago, you're looking for that rejection up here, right? So you need to see the rejection, just like this one up here. You want to see the rejection up here. It's the downside. I don't think you're getting it, I'll be honest with you. I think that was a stop hunt. So we'll see. Guys with big feet. Big feet, big hands, small penis. Yeah, so it's not that butter's not super healthy. It's butter is healthy. It's the amount of it. You'll see. You guys get older, you see what's up. You want a hat from Ekalaka? You want a hat from me? I think I still have an Ekalaka. I'll get you one. I'll get some Ekalaka hats. That's a great hat to have, by the way. You wear that hat anywhere and someone sees that and knows where you're at and where you got that from. It's very rare. It's like you guys don't understand how like Fodor says it's the loneliest place in the lower 48, like literally nowhere else. There's this one shitty mountain town that's claiming that they're now the most loneliest place in America. That's horseshit too. I think they're out in Nevada somewhere. There's a small enclave out there. They're
CNN,
claiming that they actually are, but they're
ready
not.
to ramp up attacks on U.S. forces in the Mideast.
Yeah, I'll get you a hat from out there. It's a badass hat to have. And they got it's got this cool blue one and shit, and it's got like dinosaurs on it and stuff. So they were a part of that big dinosaur scam, right? Did you guys ever see that documentary about Ekalaka? They're like famous for a big dinosaur scam. The dinosaur is a T-Rex that wound up in Chicago. It was stolen from a bunch of guys out in Ekalaka. Oh, thank you, Stacy. I think the camera adds a ton of weight on me. But whatever. And I take shitty pictures, too. I don't know why the fuck I take shitty pictures. Oh, yeah, it's a good one to have, man. We got lots of cowboys come up there. There's cowboys come up there, and they'll range out there for like summer months and shit like that.
Currently sitting at 2.3 billion to the sell side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
They got real cowboys up there, man. Real cowboys and real hats.
Market on closing
real
balance,
horses.
2.3 billion to the sell side.
Free range cattle, man. Fucking far as the eye can see is big rolling hills. It's part of the Black Hills, or it's near the Black Hills, I should say. Yeah, I do have a brother. My brother, you want to know my brother? My brother owns a. My brother,
according to multiple U.S.
works
officials, the U.S. has intelligence
for the
that
US
Iranian-backed
government,
militia
but he-
groups are planning to ramp up attacks against U.S. forces in the Middle East as Iran seeks to capitalize on the backlash in the region to U.S. support for Israel.
My brother works for he owns a company he owns a bunch of airlines they're carriers for the US government, for embassies around the world. He owns that company. That's what he does. He's a handsome dude. Handsome dude. Handsome. I don't know. I'm still long calls. I'm gonna try to buy some more for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to add to my position for tomorrow. I'm not as bearish as some of you guys are out there. I'm pretty fucking bullish in it tomorrow. This all looks like stop hunt to me. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can get you an Ecolak hat. I don't know where I have one. And I don't know where the fuck it is. But I'll get you one. I'm just see if I can get a stack of them or something out here. They sell like $2 burgers out there. There's like a small little saloon, and then right next door to it's little like a fucking burger joint right next door. And they sell everything basically at cost because it's all fucking free. They get it off the farm. Breeze hit 43. I put that into let's see what you guys are saying here. Ugh. BRZE and SMRT. We're talking about Braze, right? Let's take a look at Braze. It's worth watching right now. Daily Trigger is looking good on Braze right now, but I wouldn't be buying it here. It's still grinding up into the right, but it's not above 44.23. It's coming in to test that 41.64. Yeah, you do want to see if it gets bought down here, though, because it has been a regular fucking printer, hasn't it? Hold on, let me bring up let me see, I'll bring up the trigger screen here. I think it has more down to go. Be careful on Breeze here. You see this weekly velocity here. It's still being sold down in weekly, so I wouldn't trust that weekly. But saying that, it's almost near accumulation. It's close. So Braze, excuse me. Set an alert on 38.41 on it, or just a cool $40. Set alert on $40 on Braze. And the other one is SMRT, right? Jesus, SMRT is just cranking. SMRT looks great. SMRT just look for another dip by at 82 and 72. It's looking it like SMRT. I would be shorting here, but saying that, it's trading 92 right now. But if you can get it down to that 72 and 82, watch out for this daily up here. I mean, this could stay sustained, but I always want to be buying these dips down here. Anytime you can get that yellow down here. Dude, are they really fucking selling this into the close like that? Fucking dirty motherfuckers. SMRT, not a buy, wouldn't be a buyer for me. And you still got that 41 down there. You see that down there? Still extremely bullish at 41 cents, but I'd be looking for 72 on SMRT. It's a good ticker, by the way. It's a regular fucking printer, too. Who? SMRT? You can't. SMRT has only been up, dude. Are we on the same ticker or no? Do you see it? It just grinds higher. Just keeps fucking grinding. It's a good printer right there. Matter of fact, this has outperformed the market. You got it at $4 when? How long ago did you get that at $4? Or were you trading this a long time ago? No, it was never at $4. It's at its peak price was 95 cents. Am I in the wrong ticker? I might be I'm in the wrong goddamn ticker here. Jesus Christ. I don't think we traded this one, but if we did, you'd never want to buy $4 at all, ever. This looks like the time to buy it, though. It actually looks good here, by the way. I have to watch this one. I'm interested in Smart Rent. November 23rd is their ER. Let me look at them. I'm going to look at them overnight because I might want to buy some of this with you. I want to buy some of this with you. Thanks for bringing up SMRT. I mean, that was a good fucking buy down here. Are you going to add SMRT or no? FX Retracer, are you going to add SMRT down here or no? Yeah, that's the right ticker. I don't know if this is the right or wrong ticker. The Holdings is the one that we were trading. Not Smart. I don't think it was Smart Rent that we were trading. Maybe it was though. But I see that we yeah, there's two different SMRTs. But saying that, this is nice demand down here. One right there and there, and there. I might dabble in it, and I like the idea of their earnings coming up too. Let me look at their fundamentals are kick ass. So let me check on them. I'm interested in this ticker. All right, it's 4 p.m. It's the close right now. I am long for some calls for tomorrow for 4:30 Cs. Although I don't like seeing this close right now that we just had on SPY. Let me bring up SPY really quick. Don't like seeing that sell-off into this close. Don't like seeing any of this right here. Don't want to see that continuation to the downside. Woof. There it is, baby. See you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And I appreciate you guys all showing up today. Sorry for my tiredness later in the afternoon this morning. We'll see if the Bears can get down there and trade that. I don't think that they do, though. I don't think that they hold this hourly this time. I could be wrong on this, but I'm still looking for that 430.58. This is the trade that I'm looking for into tomorrow. Come back down here. The Bears don't get the rejection to the downside. We actually trade up into tomorrow to 430.38. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And thanks for showing up today. I'll see you. I want to say we'll talk directly with you. I should talk directly to you guys. See that big long that arm is? See that thing? How big that arm is. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I got to go for a run. It's going to suck. I'm not looking forward to it. Plus, I'm fucking all alone, which sucks. Like, I got nothing here. No cats, no dogs, no kids, no nothing. It's just like dead-ass quiet. These girls will be back, I believe, tomorrow at some point. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, and I look forward to catching up with you then. Thanks. Later. Yeah, go